Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here to warmly welcome you at the town of Hundreds Suns, as they call Koper. Although some of them call Koper also a bridge between Kars and the sub-Mediterranean world, well, I will say that we will build today another very important bridge that will lead us to a brighter future, to development in rural areas, to smart villages. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, guests, welcome at the Smart Villages, a key for development in rural areas conference. The team of the Lab for Telecommunication of the Faculty of Electrical Engineering of the University of Ljubljana prepared for us a very diverse program with excellent guests and also an Eastern flavor at the end of the day. I won't tell you anything else for now, but you will find out very soon, don't worry. And soon you will also find out who the guests are, although you can already see them. But first, it's a great pleasure to introduce the lady who made this possible with her team, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, Emilia Stoimenova-Duh. She will also do the introduction speech and be also a moderator of the round table policy European Union Smart Villages and Sustainability. By the way, the official language is English. Simultaneous translation to Slovenian will be provided for all the sessions except the parallel sessions from 3 o'clock till 4, well, 4:30, which will only be held in English. The translation in Italian will be provided after the first coffee break, okay? So thank you for now. And now please, let me introduce you the guests. First, Stefan Ostergaard Jensen, an applause please. Since November 2017, he is a policy analyst at the European Commission, DG Agri, Unit F1, Conception and Consistency of Rural Development, Smart Villages and general aspects of current and future rural development policy, including performance, monitoring, coordination with ESI funds. From January 2014 till October 2017, he was a special advisor at the Danish Ministry of Environment and Food, the Agricultural Agency, coordinator and management of the Danish Rural Development Program, including programming, reporting, and general liaison with the European Commission. From September 2011 till December 2013, he was the head of section at the Danish Ministry of the Environment, the Geodata Agency, and the coordinator of government municipal relations in the field of survey and geographical data. Then we have Franz Bogovic. Franz Bogovic is a member of the European Parliament. He just began his second term as MEP, and he is a member of the Committee for Agriculture and Rural Development and the Committee for Regional Development. He was also a long-time mayor of the city of Krško, member of the Slovenian Parliament, and Minister of Agriculture and Environment in Slovenian government. As a farmer and active apple producer living with his family in a village near Krško, he is deeply familiar with the challenges facing the rural areas. That is why he initiated, together with MEP Tibor Zani, the Smart Villages movement in the European Parliament back in 2017. He is also the founding member and initiator of the newly formed Smart Villages for Rural Communities Parliamentary Intergroup. Well done. Then we have Paul Soto Hardiman. An Anglo-Spanish economist with over 30 years experience of building and managing European networks, policy analysis and implementation and supporting local development partnerships. He was team leader of the NNRD contract point and of the FARNet support unit, the thematic pole manager in Urbact and a thematic coordinator for Equal and a partner and senior expert in the Leader 2 Observatory. He was co-author of the EC guidance on CLLD and many reports and was manager for a Leader Local Action Group during Leader 1 and 2. He's currently senior policy expert of the NRD, I'm so sorry, contact point, where he coordinates the thematic group of Unsmart Villages. Then we have another lady, Dr. Darja Majkovic. Darja Markovic, she worked at the Faculty of Agriculture in the University from Maribor. Then she continued her way in business. In an international corporation, she was in charge for the development of green urban infrastructure and aquaponic. She joined the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food. Last year, well, now she's a Director General of the Directorate for Agriculture. An applause, please. George, I said it right. Yeah, more or less. George Moudry, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Moudry is an experienced advisor and writer with a demonstrated history of working in the political organization industry. He has been working with the European Council and at the European Commission and the European Parliament. Skilled in rural development and smart villages, international relations, policy analysis. He is an SMC, agricultural engineering, majoring in genetics and biotechnology. He has also obtained at BCESS a 100 engineering degree in international rural innovation and development. His main fields of expertise and publication linked to the common agricultural policies, rural development, smart villages, taxation, climate change, food waste and SMEs. In the European Parliament, he led the coordination of the pilot project and the preparatory actions on smart villages and constantly contributed to their promotion. He is co-editor and co-author of the book Smart Villages in the European Union and Beyond. And last but not least, Mr. Janez Potočnik. He will be with us later. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Potočnik. Emilia, thank you for now, and please, enjoy. Thank you.
So a very warm welcome to you all. We're very happy to have you here. Our team at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, the Laboratory for Telecommunications, we have several projects for rural development, but this one, it's not only important for us, it also has a special place in our hearts, because we believe that there cannot be development without development of rural areas as well. Mostly we are working, of course, with digitalization, since we are at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, but we always say that the people are first. So first we need to think and consider what are the people problems and how to solve them. Digitalization is only a media, but then the way how we are solving the people's problems is what is most important. I suggest we go with the questions now, because we have approximately 1 hour before the presentation of Dr. Janez Potočnik. And I will first go with the question for Mr. Bogovic, the member of European Parliament. Lara already mentioned that you were with the Smart Villages from the very first beginning. Would you please share with us when and how the Smart Villages initiative was born within the European Parliament?
Thanks, Emilia, for this question, and good morning to everybody. As you got my presentation, I was born in the village. I still live a village. I'm still active farmer, so it looks on my hand also. Perhaps not the best, but okay. When I arrived in European Parliament in 2014, I started to be a member of two committees, Committee for Regional Development and Committee for Agriculture and Rural Development. And I participated at many debates in European Parliament, not just on committees, also morning debate, evening debate. And everything what I heard about development, I heard about these trends which are made by digitalization on one hand, then about urbanization connected with this Smart Cities initiative. And then I started to recognize what big migration, internal migration are in Europe, migration from rural to urban areas, from less developed to more developed areas, or from Southeast Europe to Northwest Europe. And that when I thought what is necessary to do, I started to think about things which at the end of the day we named smart villages. What to do that we empower rural areas, that there will be position for young people to work on one hand, and on the other hand to have enough good quality of life in rural areas. So this started in 2015-16 in my head, but on the other hand, here are people today from the European Commission, from European Network for Rural Development, and these are also things when also started same time, a little earlier. At the end, we arrived together. At that time, it happened the paper of European Commission, EU Action for Smart Villages. I started to cooperate with my colleague Tibor Shani, a boss of Mr. Georgi at the time in European Parliament, and when they prepared the proposal for Eco Smart Village, then we improved this idea to through these years to smart villages concept, I can say. And today I can say that I'm very glad that this idea are accepted in European Parliament. We also succeed in some regulation for future financial perspective. What is especially important, this is also part of Regional Development Fund. And I think that there is many work to do. Meantime, we also organized this conference on Bled, where was written this Bled Declaration. We made many events in Brussels. I was quite active in Slovenia, and so I think that as we spoke with Mr. Soto, Slovenia is the right place to develop this concept. What I just want to say, in Slovenia, we have in many cases better situation than in many European countries, that there still, we have more than half population in rural areas. We had in 70s concept of polycentrical development, and I think in what is necessary to do to transform this, what people in 70s did in Slovenia, on analog version to digital version. And we will speak about opportunities in these areas today.
Thanks a lot. So Mr. Soto was mentioned several times, and then we will move to you. You're presenting the European Network for Rural Development. Would you please explain us what activities in the European Network for Rural Development you're performing regarding smart villages?
Yes, thank you, Emilia, and thank you for inviting us. It's really nice to be here in Slovenia. We in the European Network for Rural Development have been organising a thematic group for the last 2 years, and I have to say it's one of the most enjoyable bits of work that I've been involved with. Often we find that we're working on subjects that are very important and very interesting, but our task is to try and convince other people that they are also, that it is actually interesting and important. And here with Smart Villages, it's completely the opposite. There is a huge momentum and a huge demand, so it's fantastic to be able to work and accompany that. So we have the momentum and the demand from the top, from the institutions, and Mr. Bogovic has already talked about the role of the Parliament, which has been vital. the European Commission with the 3 commissioners, but also the Economic and Social Committee, also the Committee of the Regions. All the institutions have been pulling in that direction. At the same time, and this is on the negative side, we see a lot of political, very unpleasant, to my point of view, political movements that are happening where people in rural areas feel disconnected. And this is raising this topic to the forefront. There's also a lot of interest from the research community, but above all, there's a lot of interest on the ground, and there are lots of things that are happening on the ground. Most of these initiatives didn't call themselves smart villages because they hadn't been invented, but the things they are doing are. So the challenge now for us in the European network is to build on this momentum and to transform it into real action and policy support. So that's what we're trying to do. Is the concept completely clear? Will we be able to clarify it completely for you today? Probably not, because the context is so different in different parts of Europe. The starting point is so different. The problems are so different that the way in which people approach it are different. And this is leading to a discussion. And it's important, and one of the results of the pilot project was that we should not close down the possibilities. We should not try to restrict too much, okay? But just to give you an idea, we have about 400 people who are registered for the thematic group, and we have about 1,000 people who are in the Facebook community. First year, what we did was we worked primarily around rural services. Rural services are the Cinderella of local development. Most local development focuses on jobs, but if you have jobs and you don't have services, people go. If you have services, you don't have jobs, people go as well. So you have to focus on the two. And we focused on showing the good practices. So we collected loads and loads of good practices. Second year, we focused on how to use the policy framework to support these good practices. So we listened to what was happening on the ground, and then we say, okay, this is what you need, so how do we support that? And this is where we've developed 4 orientations, and I have some copies of them here, you can take them away, about how to use the existing policy instruments. Now, we are unapologetically working on the basis of what exists, what is on the table. Other people may propose improvements. The Parliament may suggest other things. We're working on the basis of what exists now. And what we see is that there is already a toolkit, there is already a series of measures and interventions, now they're called, which can be used for smart villages. In particular, there's a whole range of cooperation interventions, including LEADER, but other kinds of cooperation, which can be used for all the first phase of preparing smart villages and getting to the stage where these areas are attractive for investment. So the cooperation is the first part. The second part is to align the cooperation with the investment measures, so that the further investment, financial instruments, other things can be pulled in. So it's quite a big thing. It's not just about LEADER, it's not just about cooperation, it's about using the cooperation to build the case, okay? Just a few, I've got just a few points, some of the key points that has come out of the discussions in the thematic group. Smart villages should be about action and not about words. We want results on the ground. People want results. They want to see things. They don't want necessarily much more paper, many plans, many strategies. The strategy is a means to an end. That's the first point. So don't duplicate structures. Don't create more paper. It's got to be smart, the system. It starts at the local. It starts with the people. It's people-centered. If there has to be a group of people who want to do something. We're not talking about going in and capacity building people to get there. There's got to be something there where people want to move. So the motivated group of people is very important. there has to be some sort of vision. The vision can change and be very different and be quite wide. But it's generally about everything that's being talked about now in the latest political guidelines in the Commission. It's about a transition, different kinds of transition, a digital transition, an energy transition, a transition to a more circular economy. But it's not just about doing the same thing, it's about movement. It's then it's combining local knowledge with the latest research. So it's not just local, it's local, but with the technology, the technological knowledge, and it's combining those two things. It's about co-design. It's about finance. It's about flexible finance and flexible financial models. It's getting to these areas so that they are attractive to invest in, preparing the ground, and then pulling in other things. And finally, it's about cooperation. We talk about smart villages. I think you've probably seen it today here. The needs appear at local level. The needs appear at maybe small settlements, but you cannot deal with a platform at the level of 200 people in a village. This is crazy. So it's about cooperation. And it's cooperation with other villages, it's cooperation with the cities, it's cooperation with the research centers. So these 6 points are some of the key elements that should go into a smart village strategy. So thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. And we know that the European Commission is also working a lot on smart villages. The pilot project on eco-social smart villages just ended. And one of the main results was, of course, to provide a definition what a smart village is. So, Mr. Jensen, would you please share with us what is the definition for DG Agri and the European Commission, what smart villages are?
Good morning. Hello? Hello, good morning everyone. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to join you here. It's always a pleasure to come around and see what's happening on the ground, especially when it comes to such an interesting concept as the smart villages. I could say many things also about what happened so far, but Mr. Bogovic and Mr. Soto already said a lot, so I'm not going to do that, but I'll just join in with them in what they already said. But anyway, the European Commission agrees and really see this concept with a huge potential for meeting challenges of rural areas today. And on the pilot project, it was a project that was initiated by Mr. Bogovic and other colleagues at the European Parliament and was carried out by a consortium under the responsibility of the European Commission. And as you said, it has just ended, and one of the outcomes was to have a definition that could somehow clarify the concept, because I guess you agree with me that there has been some degree of confusion. What is it actually when we talk about smart villages, or what is it not? So I will not read out the full definition, I have it, but I'd rather try to explain it with words, because I think it's not as boring, but I will get through all the main concept of it. So, smart villages, as clarified in the pilot project, is about communities in rural areas. So it's about communities. We don't have to make a definition and see it's a village of between 50 or 200 people or anything like that. It can be one village or several villages working together. But we're talking about communities in rural areas. And these communities use innovative and often digital solutions to improve their resilience. So it's about innovation, where the digital component offers, we believe, many opportunities. So very often the digital solutions are likely to be among the relevant solutions. So smart villages focus on economic, social, and/or environmental development aspects. So, of course, you need to look at all three of them, but a smart village does not necessarily have to have a comprehensive strategy taking into account all kinds of development questions. You can simply see, okay, we have one problem that we think will improve our situation, and then you do something about that. And another important aspect is that smart villages build on local strengths and opportunities. So you always have to take as point of departure the situation you're in today. What do we have? What can we use? How can we use whatever we have here to somehow improve our situation? And then smart villages develop and implement their strategy through a participatory approach. And this is a very important point. Of course, you need to make sure that you have people with you. There's no sense of proposing solution, be it digital or other kinds, if you don't know whether this is what is needed. So it's very important to have the bottom-up approach where you ensure that, okay, this is a real problem that can actually be solved by this solution, and people are ready to take it up and use it. Mr. Soto already mentioned the cooperation, and yes, that's also a very important aspect, that smart villages cooperate with other actors and other communities, be it within the local community or even outside. And even very often are good synergies to be found in cooperation with also communities and actors in urban areas. And then again, smart villages are not supposed to be something new that should be invented if you have things you can already build on. So smart villages should complement what existing initiatives are already there. There's no need to start from scratch and develop a new strategy. If you already have a local development strategy, which has the relevant elements you could look into. And then, of course, when we talk about EU policies, funding is a very important aspect. And when it comes to funding, it's important to say that having a smart village is not about having EU funding or anything like that. Smart villages can very often be initiated with no or very little money, simply by the fact that people get together and talk about finding what can we do in a current situation. But then again, of course, funding is needed to take it a step further, to have investments that are bigger than what you can do on your own. But the point here is that smart villages can raise funding, of course, from EU sources, but also various kind of national or local sources, and of course also private sources. The point is that these things should work together in order, to make the strategy happen on the ground. So what many people say when we talk about this definition is that it's quite fuzzy. It can sort of almost comprehend any kind of initiatives. And we do that for a purpose, because we believe there is a need for such a flexible approach. First of all, because the contexts vary very much along EU member states and among regions. So you need to have a concept that can be adapted to whatever context. So member states can use it and make their decisions on what is needed in our situation. Is broadband an issue, or is it already there? Or is it other kind of investments that could be more relevant? And thirdly, another point is that, well, this is just as much about inspiration as it is about funding. So there's no reason to do a labeling exercise saying, so you're a smart village, but you're not. Because this is basically about inspiring each other, so local communities get together and find solutions that can improve their situation. And in that way, it's better to have a flexible concept that can be used in whatever national or local context there is.
Excellent, thank you so much. Now we all know what smart villages are. Yesterday, we were visiting some of our pilot locations in Slovenia regarding smart villages, and today in the afternoon we will hear more about the rest of the pilot locations. So the next question is for Dr. Majković. What is the definition you are using at the Ministry for Smart Villages? And of course, what were the measures undertaken in this programming period? How do you support the initiatives regarding smart villages?
Yeah, thank you, Emilia. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting event. And of course, coming here to Slovenian coast is always a pleasure, especially on such a sunny day. Yeah, it's a challenging question, especially because all the previous speakers have said so much about smart villages. So I will try to use my own words. Smart village is our goal. We want to have smart villages in Slovenia. If we were hearing now everything what the concept has, so yeah, this is our goal. We have very recently we have made a short strategic paper about Slovenian agriculture, where we want to go. And as you probably know, that Slovenia has predominantly rural areas. The rural areas are very important for our country because also majority of people live in rural areas. So I would say that smart village is empowered community of people who live in vital rural area, and empowered community who dares to address the challenges. And the challenges are, from our perspective, three-sided: economical, social, and environmental. I would not say that one aspect is more important than another, because every activity in the countryside has its own footprint in every of these three aspects. I would also like to say that these communities need to value the tradition, and they need to understand how the tradition can help them develop further with new technologies. So the modern technologies can lift up the communities to next level, but we must never forget also the tradition. What we see in Slovenia in recent months or years is also the lack of understanding in the community in rural areas. So lack of understanding what agricultural activity does or it means for the rural areas or for the, in general, for the country. So we would like that people understand each other, the rural community understands the people who are doing the agricultural activities. So farmer understands the other side, if I may say so. So the people who live in rural areas but are not farmers, and vice versa, of course. So for us, this is also a challenge, because we see that there is a lack of understanding between farmers and non-farmers in rural areas. And on the other side, we have also, of course, people living in cities or towns who come sometimes even on daily basis to rural areas for recreational purposes or for holidays or so on. This community also wants to have the vital countryside. So I think that the smart village concept, as a very broad concept, is the answer to all these demands. And this is how we at Ministry work. So our first question was, okay, what does society want, need, and what do they expect from us to do about it? So yes, we want to preserve vital countryside, and smart villages are a good tool for that.
Thanks a lot for sharing that with us. So now we heard two definitions, or maybe even more, because it was all about smart villages. And as you saw when you arrived here, at your chairs there were small papers, and we want to hear from you what a smart village is for you. So you have time till the end of the conference. You don't need to do that now, but please fill in them, and then when you go outside there is a small, it's not a box, it's a container, a small container where you can put your definitions. We would like to hear from you what that is. And then we move to our last but not least panelist, Mr. Mudri. You're one of the co-editors of the Smart Villages book, so I think this is the first and the only book on smart villages currently existing. So the book will be presented in more details in the afternoon, but would you please share with us now what were the main findings in this book? So it's EU and beyond. We want to hear more about that.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor and thank you for the invitation. I also know personally what does it mean, the challenges in rural areas, what Ms. Majkovic was talking about now. As myself, I'm also coming from a rural area, from the far eastern part of Hungary, from a small village with less than 3,000 inhabitants. It's a good question, and I don't know if I can answer to you in details with all the main findings, because during our last 3-4 years work together with Mr. Bogovic and Mr. Sanyi, and with after the discussions of professionals, there was a really big expectation to have together all the information and the knowledge what we have about smart villages. Okay, it's working now. And at that time, we didn't have the definition about smart villages. The pilot project was ongoing, and the preparatory action was also still in preparation. At first, we tried to collect the articles of from our MEPs and from the European Parliament, the European Commission, and also from the professional articles about smart villages. But as you can imagine, after a certain amount, it was a chaos. So an idea of creating a book came. After writing, editing, correcting almost for 1 year, besides our work, this book, we finally got in June this publication by the Emerald Studies in Politics and Technology series. But to tell you, many colleagues contributed to this work with a really tight time frame, as I told you, and also with a limited space. I'm really thankful for the co-editors, Mrs. Vishvizi and Mr. Litras, and also I'm really thankful for the professional work of many academics and practitioners, such as the Slovenian colleagues, Veronika Zavratnik, Andrej Koš, and Emilia Stojmenova. We had a really nice cooperation, and of course we are really thankful for a precious contribution and the push from Mr. Bogovic and Mr. Sanyi. They are the fathers of the concept in the European Parliament, so thank you here as well. And last but not least, we have to be, or we can be thankful for the dedication of the many commissioners on the European Commission level. As it has been stated, DG Agri and Commissioner Hogan was the engine from the Commissioner's side of this concept, but we have been working together also with DG Regio, MOVE, Connect, Energy, and other DGs as well. The book gives a recommendation of the policy approach. This part has been written with Mrs. Kirketer Deviron, member of the cabinet from the Commission, who is important and active supporter of the smart villages concept. Besides giving advice about the integrated policy approach, the book covers the new challenges on local level. We have sustainable development elements. We have the leader, precision farming. We have the energy diversification, and we have the small and medium size enterprises, which are taking one chapters in the book. And of course, the book also gives many examples, and I'm really happy that we have detailed successful projects from Slovenia. So it's really, I'm really happy to see these projects. So the different chapters explore the different fields, while the introduction and the conclusion part gives not only its role, but also it draws up further actions to do. So there are lots of things to do on this field still. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Just to keep the time on time, I would like to ask my panelists if in the next round we can be a little bit shorter, just to, because you know the food is waiting for us, the coffee is waiting for us, we don't want to be cold. So we heard what was happening till now, and in the next round of questions, I would like to move to the future. I will start again with Mr. Bogovic, and as a member of European Parliament, what is your vision for smart villages? So what are the planned activities in the European Parliament and of course all the other organizations there?
In European Parliament now we are in the phase of establishing intergroup smart villages for rural communities. And I hope that this will be a good platform to work in Parliament. But still the more important is this, that we are at the time that we will, in next half year or 9 months, we will finish regulation about future financial framework. And this is very important. As I said, I succeed with one amendment that now 5% of regional development fund should be addressed to solve the problems in rural areas. Inside this 17.5% for activities which we can title smart villages activities. So that for me it's very important that we get the real place in the European budget. As we heard, we have today possibility in common agriculture policy, leader. We have also in Horizon and other things. But if we have regulation that there are percentage for some objectives, then you must measure this, and it means activities also on national level. So I hope that in trialogue we will succeed with this proposal, that it will be at the end. On the other hand, as Mr. Soto said, it's necessary for action, not for words. I think that 3 years we needed that explain to people what we mean when we speak about smart villages. At the beginning, people said, again, somebody smart, and it was a little provocation, but it was good. And in this book, which was mentioned and written together with Georgie, there's a clear that it's good that we have a name, smart villages, because we don't speak about territory, we speak about society, and village is society, and that we speak about people. And this is the basic difference with smart cities concept, where are behind big data, just new technology, business concept, and millions of dollars. So I think it's important to understand and to work on these topics. What is important, as we heard here, this connectivity. Connectivity, we can start with broadband, we can start with cooperation between people, work with older people or other things, so that I think that this is the one very, very important thing. What is also important that not only on European level, I think that we succeed to accept this philosophy, but now it's time that we work and act on real place on the ground in local areas, what is also very good written in this book. And here are these many fields in which we can work, as we heard. Agriculture, many challenges, sustainability, bio-based industry, circular economy inside this. Also fair trade chain. How to connect consumer producer, how to build trust about this, what we eat, that we know the face of producer, not only the product and such things. A shared economy in agriculture. There are more and more sophisticated machinery which are for big places, for big areas, and small farms cannot use it. So this is another opportunity. But as we heard, rural areas are much more than agriculture. There is the mobility in rural areas, energy sector, opportunities in this thing. What is very important, social care, e-health, and decentralization of these things. And here is the most important thing, how we understand on national level, will we centralize country or we decentralize? And I think that here is the basic challenge is to understand that we must decentralize, I don't know, care for old people. Why should people go in big cities, other things? So that we must find the solutions and do how do this in practice. We spoke, Emilia, many times with you. I think it's necessary, that's good that we have this good practice, go between people, but the next step, I think it's necessary to make such a group of people, experts who knows more, who have some answers, who can prepare how it can be implemented in next village, because it's not next country, also next village the situations are different, and to have ideas and to be prepared for next financial perspective. And what is very important, smart city concept succeeded because at the end the business sector find opportunities inside this. And I can say that when I still work hardly on these topics, more and more people from business, from different fields of business comes, and they are each day more interested how to be part of this activity. So that I think it's time from definition to have a group and to act and to make many good cases. As Mr. Soto said, there are a lot around Europe. It's very important that we exchange this, that we do, but at the end of the day, we do this on the ground and we must find our solution, and we are now in this phase. So that, as you ask, one part of this job is in European Parliament, European Commission, European Union, but I think that the concept, we accept it. Now it's necessary to implement this in real life.
Thank you. So, Mr. Soto, I know this is a hard question, but you like hard questions. There are many examples about smart villages. At the European Network of Rural Development, you also mentioned you're collecting a lot of good practices. Can you tell us who are the leaders in smart villages? Which member states? We like to say it's us in Slovenia, but we are interested in your opinion. And of course, a few words about the future activities of the ENRD work, on the thematic group on smart villages.
Okay, I won't name actual leaders, but I think you have to understand the context we're in, which is that there is a big gap between what is happening in the north and west of Europe in rural areas and what is happening in the south and central and eastern countries. And the big risk for the next period is that this gap gets wider. There's a decentralization of decision making. And what we don't want is smart villages just to make the smart smarter. Okay, so there is a risk of this. So where are most of the cases? They're happening in the north and west of Europe. Realize that in the north and west of Europe, 2/3 of the rural areas are growing. In the south, central and eastern, 2/3 are declining. So in some of the northern parts, you have very wealthy, very attractive rural areas that are bringing professionals and bringing also, there are also very poor areas as well. But we're in quite different contexts. So it's not surprising that many of the examples come from those places. Just to give you, I'll give you a couple of examples, yeah? Okay. I just want to give you an example then of, this is a German example, and I wanted to do one that wasn't purely digital. This is one called Bioenergy Villages. And this is an example of a group of villages. In fact, it was led, the process was led by LEADER. LEADER held a competition asking for villages that wanted to develop a strategy for an energy transition. 5 villages came forward and were selected. There was a participatory process there. The end result was the formation of farming cooperatives and the creation of biomass plants producing bioenergy for district heating systems in the villages. Now, the interesting thing there is that the investment of LEADER was around 200,000. The total investment was around 2.5 million. So LEADER, the cooperation action, was used to build the case, to create the business plan, to animate people, to train people, to do the technical studies, and that brought in money from the people themselves, from other sides, and so on. So that's the key thing. I think I'll pass. There's another digital example that I wanted to give you from Germany, but I know the time is short. So just, I think another very good example, and one of the representatives is here present, Clive Peckham, the village of Lorme in Burgundy, which we visited in our last thematic group meeting. What you have there is, they've been at the forefront of digital innovations. For a long time. They have a digital hub, but what they have carried out a process called Le Village du Futur, so it's the village of the future. Again, it's getting the people in the village with support to imagine what the school of the future could be, what the caring of the old people could be, what are the new jobs that is it the bioeconomy, it's short food chains, it's circular, whatever. It's getting people to go through the entire thing, and then digital is clearly a key tool in the modernization of all these processes. So that, again, I think is a very good example. I wanted to say, just to end on that I think Slovenia is in a very strong position to play a key role in the divisions that have been I've been talking about. You have great pilots and action on the ground. You have networks like the FabLab network. You have the technical capacity and the ability, and I understand from what we've heard, you have a very forward-looking administration that is interested in exploring how to use these things. So I really think Slovenia could play the role as a reference point and take this further forward, and we would really look forward to working closer with Slovenia on this. Next steps, what we're planning to do is, in our next year, is to carry out a series of national pilots. So our first pilot will be in probably the country, which I didn't want to mention before, which is probably the most advanced in this, which is Finland. Finland always prepares its programs in the previous program. They're always about 3 years in advance of everybody. So they have already worked through their delivery system, how they're going to use different measures, how they're going to overcome all sorts of problems like state aids and this, that, and the other. And so we want to do these pilot and work in particular countries and see how they are dealing with their problems to create a model for other places. It won't be a question of copying it, because I know that you can take the Finnish situation and transfer it here, but you can certainly get some inspiration and ideas. So that's what we're going to do. And then the other thing we're going to do is we're going to look at certain topics, certain themes. So digital is obviously a transversal theme that cuts through everything. But energy is also, the whole thing of the energy transition, energy communities, low carbon economy. This is another big opportunity for rural areas. Mobility is another completely forgotten issue. People move because they can't get to their jobs and they can't get to services. So mobility is another thing. We want to look at these big themes with countries that are interested in exploring them, and that's what we'll be doing next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We're happy to hear that because one of our pilot cases is about mobility, and today in the afternoon we're going to present that one. Mr. Jensen, you mentioned that it's not all about funding. I completely agree with you, but funding is important. You said that as well. So can you please share with us some insights? What will be supported in the next programming period, for example, in Horizon Europe? How smart villages will be addressed?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, funding is of course an important enabler. When it comes to Horizon Europe, then support related to smart villages would, as the rural development policy in general, would fall under the remit under global challenges pillar of Horizon Europe, where the aim is to answer to global challenges. And in this pillar, we have the cluster 6, which would be the most relevant one, which is food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. And here, in the European Commission, DG Agri will be in the lead for the agriculture and rural development research. But we will also be working with other colleagues on other issues that relate to smart villages as well, such as digital industry, climate action, energy, mobility, and inclusive societies on rural activities. So within the different portfolios of our colleagues. So, in the Commission proposal, there's a total budget allocated to this cluster 6 of 10 billion euros. And this is not clarified yet, but if this would be approved by the member states, this would represent a doubling of the funding available compared to the current program Horizon 2020. We can certainly say that rural research and innovation will certainly benefit from this increase. So the legal texts have been agreed between the Council of Ministers and the European Parliament, but the money has obviously not been decided yet, so we of course have to see where that is going to end. But anyway, since the text is agreed, the broad lines for the future 7 years are stabilized. And when it comes to rural development in particular, the focus is on sustainability and on capitalizing on the social, cultural, economic, and environmental assets of rural areas for new services, business models, value chains, and public goods. We have also foreseen an ambitious agenda for digital innovations in farming, forestry, and across value chains and rural areas through the use of data and development of infrastructures, technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, precision farming, and remote sensing, and also governance models. So in that sense, I'm not in a position to tell you exactly in what way smart villages research will be supported, but for sure I believe and I think it's quite clear that the frame is there. So definitely smart villages is quite spot on when it comes to what research in the future could be foreseen for relating to rural development. So work is now ongoing on the strategic priorities that we should adopt for the 2021 to 2024. And there's a public consultation on these strategic orientations that just closed on the 8th of September. And there's a big event scheduled on the 24th to 26th of September following this public consultation in Brussels in the EU Research and Innovation Days. Just like under Horizon 2020, we foresee a mix of top-down calls that will help improve our understanding of the situation. And also bottom-up interactive innovation actions. Those that would provide also rural people with opportunities to develop new solutions for themselves in a place-based and multi-actor and multi-partner way. So we are exploring approaches such as living in labs, for example. And this is where there could be a lot of opportunities for smart villages, I believe. At the crossroads of rural development and digital transformation and social innovations. And we'll also keep investing in digital transformation for agriculture and rural areas. I'd like also just to mention a few words on the proposal for the future Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP, as we talked about. Just not with many words, but just highlight the fact that I believe smart villages and smart development in rural area is really key and at the center of the proposal, which focuses on modernization and simplification of the policy, making it easier to administer for administrations and also for beneficiaries of support. There's a higher degree on performance and the achievement of results, and a strong focus also on modernization and innovation in agriculture as well as rural areas. As you know, this will be implemented together with the member states, and the Commission is very keen on encouraging member states to focus also on digital innovation, including for smart villages. So that's a few words on the future CIP. I will not say anything more, but that's of course one part of the story. We also have the other European structural and investment funds, where smart villages could indeed also be funded. So there should be plenty of support options. And I think one of the things we're working on to improve in the future is to ensure better synergies across these different funds, where sometimes it can be a bit difficult when you have different sets of rules to follow. So that's we're also looking into.
Thank you. This was a great introduction for my next question, which is to Dr. Majković. And of course, the measures considered in supporting smart villages in the Common Agricultural Policy of Slovenia and other policies as well. And since you're our only female panelists, and the ones of you who know me, you know that I always want to have with gender issues, to address gender issues. I also want to hear your opinion on the role of women in smart villages.
Thank you for two good questions. So, what we are doing at the moment is clear. So we are running the existing period with existing interventions. For example, next month, next month we are publishing a new public tender for broadband access, and so on. But of course, significant part of our activities is oriented towards the future. So what we are doing with our teams currently is that we are talking and talking and talking to our stakeholders. So we are all the time in the discussion, in the dialogue with our stakeholders, because first we need to know what is happening on the ground and which are the needs, actual needs on the ground. And then, of course, we can define priorities. And we already did a big part of this job. So, in the context of smart villages, I may mention maybe a few themes which are, I think, very much connected to this. So, digitalization, circular economy, generational renewal, social services, mobility, all kind of tourism on farms, complementary activities, short food chains. These are all the topics which we identified with our stakeholders as the, let's say, the movement for enabling the rural vital areas around our country. And we identified that these are the needs of the communities which live there. So our interventions will be designed in a way to address these issues. Of course, we are in still in the discussion about financial framework. So I hope we will have the facts soon on the table. And then it will be easier for us to start programming the actual interventions. And the second question, there is an old Slovenian proverb which says, a woman holds 3 corners of the house. So I think the role of women is clear. I read, I think a week or two ago, a very good statement from Emilia, and she said, smart village is about smart people who cooperate in a smart way. Yes? So, I think it is clear. The role of women is, what we want to do is to promote their active role where it already exists. And if, for some reason, it is not yet there, we want to encourage it. So our first step, small step, but first step of the way was that we made a council of rural women, and we meet every month together with our minister, and we discuss the open issues. So I think this is a very good way how to promote women engagement in the policy making, also in the context of smart villages. Thank you.
Yesterday we had a very nice discussion with Gianluca. I cannot see. Hi. And it was about this issue, about women. And he mentioned that one statement, when women leave, villages die. So maybe, Paul, for the thematic group, you should start thinking also about the gender issues in the smart villages. And then we heard a lot that smart villages are about collaboration, so I would like to conclude this session with a question for Mr. Moudry. You were working a lot with researchers, with practitioners, and also while producing this book. Do you think there is enough collaboration between researchers, practitioners, and policymakers? And what can be done so that this collaboration can be improved further?
Indeed, we have been working a lot with professionals, academics on this book as well, and also on the smart villages, as we discussed already some parts. The involvement of the professionals, I think, is a must in the European institutions, and in theory, the policy making should work or walk hand in hand with the science. Unfortunately, not everyone thinking in the same way, so there are exceptions, but I can tell it's working quite well at the moment. Of course, it can be improved. On the level of the institutions, the involvement through programs and groups and methods is working. In case of the European Commission, you know, there is the Joint Research Center and there is the RTD, Special Directorate General for Research. But there are also advisory groups on different topics. Not only on smart villages. In case of smart villages, we have the dedicated portal and we have the thematic working group. But in case of DG Agri, we have many other advisory groups as well. In case of the European Parliament, there is also formal involvement of professionals. There is, of course, on committee level, we are organizing hearings where we are inviting professionals, but also we have an in-house research service. It's called EPRS, European Parliament Research Center. They have a really nice application as well, so you can follow the research of the policy, the background of the background research of the policy making. And in case of the individual member of the European Parliament, I can tell you it's different. It's up to the member representative. It's up to the member how they are channeling in the voice of the professionals. In case of Mr. Bogovic and Mr. Sanyi, I saw that they were really open to involve these kind of advices. So it worked quite well, and we were using also in this concept the work of the academic area. But of course, the system could be more improved, and I know that Mr. Bogovic is open to have any recommendations to improve the systems. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So also our panelists show that for smart villages, we need smart people who collaborate together smartly. Thank you so much. We had a late start, so we are still on time. It was a very interesting discussion. There were many information. For me, this was very useful. I'm sure it was useful for our participants as well. We have small gifts for your time, for putting our conference in your schedule. So we really appreciate that, and Lara will give you the gifts. And I ask our panelists, we go in the first round, and then we put the floor to Dr. Potočnik. But before that, please, a big round of applause for our panelists.
So thanks to our guest, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce you our next guest. I mentioned him before, Mr. Janez Potočnik. Mr. Potočnik is co-chair of the International Resource Panel. He has held many important positions and has extensive experience in the realm of environment, economics, and European affairs. Dr. Potočnik became a member of the European Commission on 1st May 2004. From the year 2004 till 2010, he was responsible for the science and the research. In 2010, he took on a second mandate as member of the European Commission responsible for environment. The mandate ended the 1st November in 2014. Still, in 2014, he was appointed for a 3-year term as a member and co-chair of International Resource Panel hosted by the United Nations Environment Programme. In the same month, he was also appointed as a chairman of the Forum for the Future of Agriculture and a member of the European Policy Centre's Advisory Council. In May 2008, he was awarded the honorary degree of Doctor of Science by London Imperial College. In March 2009, he received an honorary degree from Ghent University from Belgium. In September 2013, he received the United Nations Champions of the Earth Award. It's a really pleasure and an honor having you here.
Thanks. Igor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure also to me. I have quite many slides, as you will see, and only on one slide it's smart villages. So we have talked practically the whole hour about the concept, and it was explained many times. I would just like to put it into the context of why the smart villages really matter, and that you would understand all in all what is going in the world and what are the challenges which we are all together facing and how this fits together. But let me start with something which is pretty unusual. It's a quote from Jim Morrison, "People are strange," because in many cases that's a good start to know why some of the changes are so difficult. We want changes, but unfortunately, none of us actually really want to change. So it's not an easy thing which we will be dealing with, but to understand that, let me start to explain some of the basic facts of the world in which we are living. And it's good to start our journey in my home country, Slovenia, by the quote of our famous philosopher, Slavoj Žižek, who said, "It is clear that we are approaching the ecological and digital apocalypse, but we should not lose nerves." And he actually continued by a quote by even more famous person, Mao Zedong, everything under the heaven is in utter chaos. the situation is excellent. So let us try to see how this aether chaos which we are facing actually looks. We got all used to the figure that we will be 9.7 billion in the mid of the century on the planet. That means that on the planet you will have in 1 year additional Germany, in 4 years additional United States of America, population of course, and in 9 days and 6 hours additional population of Slovenia. All that is happening in least developed part of the world, which means they rightly aspire to live on the same level of well-being as we do, which means that the pressure on the use of natural resources will be enormous. Few people own the same as the poorest half of the world. The richest 1% is more wealthy than the rest of the world. 800 million people are hungry, over 2 billion suffer from micronutrient deficiencies, over 2 billion are obese. We throw away 1/3 of the food we produce. More than 50% of the cities which will exist in 2050 have not yet been built. China has, in 3 years, 2011-13, used more cement than United States of America during the whole 20th century. Climate change experts warned us that the emissions need to be about half by 2030 to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. 60% of ecosystems are already degraded or used unsustainably. Biodiversity, according to Living Planet Index, in just last 40 years, 60% of life on the Earth has disappeared. Biomass of mammals living in the nature has been reduced in the recent decade for 82%. This was released by the IPBES report just a few days ago. 1/3 of soils is degraded or used unsustainably due to various reasons. 7 million people are dying prematurely due to air pollution, some 500,000 in Europe, which is approximately 20 times more than in car accidents, about which we talk much more. 1 million of plastic bottles are bought every minute. Only 9% are recycled, 12 incinerated, 80% almost landing still in our environment. If drinking only bottled water, one consumes 130,000 plastic particles per year from that source alone, compared to 4,000 if you drink it from the tap water. That was also released just a few weeks ago. And finally, we are the first generation more likely to die as a result of lifestyle choices than infectious diseases. Nearly half of the work we do will be able to be automated by the mid of the century, and we are living in the era of artificial intelligence, which means a lot. I normally gave this example. Garry Kasparov in 1997 was beaten by a computer in the second attempt in chess, and the computer was entirely programmed by humans. Just a year ago, or a bit more, the Hiji, the Go champion, and Go it's more complicated than chess, was beaten by a computer who was not programmed at all. The data was given to a computer. He learned the game and he beat the human champion. So that's one of the most important slides which you have to remember, why the things are so different. For the first time in human history ever, we are living in socio-ecological space of planetary scope. My father was still traveling with a horse from Kropa to Kran. We are the generation which is totally interconnected, interdependent, which means that our individual and collective responsibility has enormously increased. Club of Rome has nicely defined that by saying that we moved from so-called empty world, which was dominated by nature, to full world, which is dominated by humans. In the empty world, labor and infrastructure were the limiting factors of human well-being, while in the full world, it is the natural resources and environmental sinks, which are actually limiting factor of our well-being. That's how we normally approach to the logic of understanding what is going right and what is going wrong when we deal with scientific approach linked to environmental questions. It's called DPSIR framework. D stands for pressures, D for drivers, P for pressures, S for state, I for impact, and R for responses. We normally deal with climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution. But in essence, these are the state and impact of something which is caused by human activity. So whenever you would say driver or pressure, you basically say human activity, and in essence you say economics. So what we do in the International Resource Panel, which I'm on the UN level co-chairing, is that we try to connect, we try to build a bridge between the economics and the consequences of economics. And the bridge is actually how you use the resources in the whole production and consumption process, and what the use of that resources actually makes as a consequence in the world of climate change, biodiversity loss, and so on. So policies are then different if you look it through the perspective of drivers and pressures. If we will want to solve the problem of migration in Europe, we will not solve it by building bigger walls around Europe or putting more security at the entrance. Yes, you have to do something on the existing problem, but if you want to get rid of the problem, then you have to go Africa first, which means that our policy, anything which we today invest in Africa, it's the money which will cost less. It's actually saving money. So let's go to our economy. That's the development trajectory of the world, actually. On the horizontal axis, you see Human Development Index, which is GDP plus. It involves also social part. On the vertical, you see the ecological footprint, which is how much actually you are harmful to the nature. The dots are the countries, and the dots here surrounded red are actually European Union countries. So we all live well, but we all have ecological footprint too high. The corner here contains all the countries in the world where people are living well within the planetary boundaries. 0. What's the problem? The problem is that we all first move up and right, and then when we face the problem, we start moving down. Frankly, the real responsibility lies with those countries, with us. If we are not able and ready to show that we can move down, don't preach the others that they should do differently. So we also master to a large extent knowledge, technology, innovation. And of course, the critical are these countries where the critical mass of people, the number of people, it's enormous, much more than actually in the developed part of the world, and they are in the fast developing phase. So this is the Inclusive Wealth Index, which is actually UN-based source from the last year, which is saying a bit more than GDP. It has 3 components. The first one, it's production component. That's this one, per capita. You have seen how it has developed in the last 22 years. This is GDP per capita. So production part and GDP per capita practically are moving on the same scale. The second part is human capital, which was actually stand still almost in the last 22 years. And the last one, it's natural capital per capita. So conclusion is relatively simple. The growth of GDP in the last 2 decades was achieved on the basis of depletion of natural resources. And why that is happening? We are living in the market economies. In the market economies, as you know, producers and consumers apparently behave rationally, even if this is pretty irrational assumption. And that means that, at least we were taught at the university that the quantities are defined by the price signals which are sent on the market. But let us, in a simplified way, look to the price signals which actually are connected with the slide which I showed you before. First, production, financial capital, it's overvalued and over-rewarded, obviously. Human capital, undervalued, under-rewarded, and natural capital, not valued and not rewarded at all. If one thinks that from that you will get an economic, social, environmental world in balance, he or she should wake up immediately. This will never happen until we fundamentally change the incentives which we are sending to our economic systems. That's according to European Environment Agency how the system would need to look. Economic system function would need to be the sub-function of the ecosystems. And the real problem is actually connected with environmental externalities. As environment commissioner, I have heard many times, you cannot put that among the program and decisions because it's additional cost for the business sector, which is, to tell you frankly, in many cases, total bullshit. Those costs are existing, only we don't record them, and we deny them, we don't pay them, nor the producer nor consumer. They are paid either by the health system, but in majority of the cases they are paid by the next generation, because the next generation cannot complain. That means that we are more or less privatizing the profits while the costs are socialized. So when we talk about GDP, I like to say you will not reach the goal by walking faster if you are walking in the wrong direction. And that's pretty much what the GDP today means. A lot of the growth in the past was unfortunately not a good growth. That leads me to the resources, which are the missing link of the story. Natural resources are the core of the game. If you look to 17 SDGs, 12 of them are directly connected to them, and one of the conclusions of our research work is that, of course, there are trade-offs among 17 SDGs, but if you want to avoid those trade-offs, or better to say mitigate them, the best way is through sustainable consumption and production. So if you do not change the way you produce and consume, you will never eradicate poverty, never reach zero hunger, never reach good health, and I can continue. Because you have to go to the essence of how us humans have organized ourselves and from which we are living. Natural resources for the future we want was a Global Resource Outlook. That's the IRP report which was published just a few months ago. I will just give you a glimpse of the conclusions which are emerging from that. Of course, you know that resources provide the foundation of the goods, services, infrastructure that make up our current socio-economical systems. It includes biomass, metals, fossil fuels, non-metallic minerals. Partially, we included also land and water, but to a less extent than those. And one of the conclusions, which is pretty straightforward, is that per capita material footprint from high-income countries, it's 13 times higher than low-income countries. So in high-income countries, we consume at average per capita something like 27 tons of various kinds of materials, while in low-income countries, 2 to 3 tons. That is how the resources were actually moving or developing in the last 50 years. The first conclusion is that global resource use has more than tripled in the last 50 years. Per capita has almost doubled, which means that majority of that tripling is connected to economics. And the most interesting is this: material productivity started, that's that line, started to decline from the year 2000. Material productivity, it's resource efficiency. It's efficiency of the use of resources. How much of GDP you create with the unit of resources. It's growing in all the countries. How the hell it's possible that it's falling globally? Because till the year 2000, majority of the products which we are buying were produced by more resource efficient countries, or you were buying the products which were originated from Japan, from US, from Europe, while now majority of those products are produced in India, in Indonesia, in China, which are less resource efficient than we are. So that means that we actually use more resources per capita now. Environmental impacts of the value chain of resource extraction and processing phase. So no, not the use phase, it's not included. 3 conclusions. 90% of global biodiversity loss and water stress are connected to that. That means majority is connected to biomass, as you see. Which means that if you want to change, really seriously address the biodiversity issue and the water stress issue, you have to deal with the questions of land management, and in particular with the questions of agriculture. Second, 50% of the global climate change impacts are also related to that. I will talk about that later. And even 1/3 of the air pollution health impacts. Which means if you are buying a car and park the car for the whole life, you have already created 1/3 of the pollution. because the production of that car, the extraction of resources, already pollutes a lot. The concept which we have developed, it's called the decoupling. So we are, of course, not against that we would continue growing in well-being, in economic activity, but it is essential that that is decoupled from the use of resources and that both are decoupled from environmental impacts. Because if we don't do that, we will simply hit the wall. And we are on the path of hitting the wall. This leads me to the circular economy. That was all introduction that you would actually understand what that means. Circular economy, it's an instrument to deliver decoupling. It should be understood as a kind of part of a bigger picture of economic, societal, cultural transformation which is needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the outline of the circular economy. That's the butterfly of Ellen MacArthur Foundation. On the left-hand side are renewable resources. So resources which belong actually to bioeconomy. And on the right-hand side, you have non-renewable resources. Sometimes the mistake which is done is that people think that recycling is actually circular economy. It is, yes, but recycling is the worst of the bad. It's the bad of the good. It's the worst of the good. So when you recycle, you have already used the resources. That's the point. And what your logic should be, use less resources. Yeah. So essentially also for your smart villages is that you put the human sphere into the center of the thinking wherever you look to the solutions. Look to the solutions which are better for people, which are better for employment, because if you will not do that, because there are different solutions existing, of course, if you will not do that, you will not reach the goal. I have intentionally put also 2 additional slides in the presentation, which I have updated during your panel. That's the first one. Digital and circular are on the same development curve. A lot of ideas of circularity were already 20, 30, 40 years ago on the table, but they were simply not able to be implemented in practice because the means did not exist. And digitalization, it's actually it's enabling factor. It's giving you a lot of opportunities that you actually do that. And when we talk about bioeconomy and circular economy, which was also mentioned, bioeconomy has enormous potential. It's actually shifting some of the resources and products from the non-renewable to renewable side. It has a huge potential, and you have to always understand it in that way, that bioeconomy, it's absolutely a useful part of what we do if it's fulfilling the criteria of sustainability and if it's following the circularity logic. If not, it could be as dangerous as any normal economy today. You can simply remember biofuel story and so on. Climate change, this is our current climate policy. It's actually linked to dealing with the energy issues, which is extremely important, to be honest. So carbon management, energy management, it's what we do currently. But imagine for a second that you would live in an economy where you would have abundant energy, cheap energy, and all renewable energy, but the same model of consumption and production as you have it today. So the same mobility, the same food production, and so on. Do you think that we have solved the climate problem? Yeah, we have solved an important part which is linked to energy, but if you do not do land, water, materials decoupling, if you do not do the other part of the story, you simply misjudge how serious the challenge of the climate change is. So basically you have 3 pillars: supply side solutions, energy carbon management, demand side solutions, circular economy, land, water, materials, decoupling, and finally nature-based solutions, ecosystem services, environmental things. The last 2 are not yet on the table, seriously. So we have still a lot of reserve. Just to give you, we have done some calculations on the demand side. I was included in that material economics work. So we found out this already includes all energy measures. If you would just replace the linear system with the circular system on European scale for steel, plastic, aluminum, and cement use, you can decrease the CO2 emissions for 56%. Or if you look to our mobility system, By the way, what is in essence the real problem of the mobility? The problem is that the car, it's according to the data, 92% parked, that 1.6% we are looking for parking, 1% it's sitting in congestion, 5% we are driving it, and whenever we are driving it, actually it's 1.5 people in the car, which is 5-seater, which means that the utility on average European car is 2%. So if you are serious, you should go to sharing mobility and don't dream about that we should enlarge like we have had the idea that we should enlarge the circle with an additional lane around Ljubljana. The only thing which you should do is simply take a decision today that in 15 years there will be no private car allowed in Ljubljana and you will solve all the problems immediately. But it needs bold decision. So if you go from owing to sharing, according to calculations, you can get rid of 70% CO2 emissions. The total cost of ownership would go down by 77%, externalities and cost to society by 74%. One interesting idea, it's also extended producer responsibility. When, for example, this table is done, how it looks. Till the end of production, it's producer who is responsible. Till the end of use, it's consumer who is responsible. After the end of use, it's actually society. How you dispose it, you can organize it by private sector that they would deal with it, but in essence, society is dealing with the waste. Imagine for a second that you would give that back to the producer which produced it. It would look totally differently. It would last much longer. So you would turn the world practically upside down. Or this is an example from agricultural area. If you are today using pesticides, and the use of pesticides is one of the major problems of today's agriculture, that has a lot of consequences on water, on biodiversity, on soil, and I can continue. Because if you want to heal 5% of the plants which are ill, you have to spread pesticides all across the field a few times. We have already part of the solution which is called precision farming, which means that you are using digitalization, robots, drones, and so on to identify which plants are ill. But even in that, the producer is rewarded by selling you more pesticides, yeah? But imagine that the producer would actually sell you the protection of 1 hectare of field and not pesticides. So suddenly, pesticides would, instead of his profit, become his cost, which means that he or she would be incentivized to use it less. So that's the logic which actually you have to build into the solutions which we are all making. So, in short, we are in the big disruption world where the changes are going in front of our eyes. We should simply change the optics from the glasses to a bit longer term vision. The largest shop does not have stores. Alibaba, the largest taxi company, does not have cars. Uber, the largest lodging provider, does not have rooms. Airbnb, the largest movie house, does not have cinema. Netflix, the largest phone company, does not have its own wire. Netflix. That's the world in which we are and in which we are moving. EU case of resilient and sustainable economy. Finally, before the conclusions, that's the last part where I would like to tell you a bit. European Union self-sufficiency rate on majority of rare materials which we are building in our products, it's critical. Only in one, indium, we are over 100%. The rest, we are practically importing. So it's not a surprise that when you look to this picture, you can see that European imports in fuels and mining products, it's much, much bigger than actually our exports. So we are vulnerable society. That's the first important conclusion. So for 54 scarce and economically import materials, this is a bit late, but the data are still valid. Europe entirely depends 90% on the raw materials imported from outside of Europe. This is, again, a bit outdated, but still it's very important that you understand It's from the data from German Agency for Material Efficiency, and it's showing you how in each company, basically you have two major costs, one a labor cost and one a material cost. The labor cost in German industry in 20 years went from 27 to 17%. And the material cost went from 37 to 47%. So it is, and if you take into account that Europe has high social standard, then you have to know that focusing on labor and trying to cut the costs is absolutely wrong philosophy. It's dead end. And even if you look from political aspect, resources will not go on the street and protest. So focus on resource management or organizing the work differently. Their final question there is, should we need to have more or less regulation? I think it's a false question, and Europe is sometimes obsessed with cutting red tape and less regulation and so on. Private sector needs regulation, full stop. But they are afraid of unfairness, they are afraid of free riders, uncertainty. So they need predictability and level playing field. That's what business needs. Ask anybody serious in the business. All levels do matter, cities and regions. Why cities and regions are so important? Because even if the whole global policy is in the wrong direction, even if national policy is not working really well, mayors can still do a lot. Because majority of those questions are actually concentrated in the cities. And here, this is leading us to rural areas and communities, to smart cities. These are the definitions, which, by the way, I have copied from European Commission. But there are few simple conclusions which are related to that. Rural areas and communities are facing specific transitional challenges. Smart villages are a unique concept designed to help spreading the circular economy solutions in rural areas through new forms of cooperation, active search for specific solutions where digitalization, like in all circular economy area, plays an enabling role. So it is an important instrument. And yes, we should more move to do it. National level, if Commission is intelligent enough, I hope it is, they will go in the direction that they will prescribe that all European Union member states create their own circular economy roadmaps and action plans. Roadmaps more talk about principles, action plan more about dates and responsible ministries. We have semester, this should be part of semester, and it should be inbuilt into the logic of future discussions. So circular economy will be obviously a clear priority of the next Commission. There needs to be more established a credible link between circular economy, SDGs, and competitiveness. What is absolutely necessary in the Commission is that it's understood that this is not only environmental or DG economy or growth area. It's also, bioeconomy, health, regional policy, digital transformation, research innovation, international relations, enlargement, neighborhood development, trade, whatever you take it, it's the task which you have to inbuilt in. Continuing working on plastics, on product groups beyond plastics, textile, food, extended producer responsibility, eco-design to deliver the whole potential, and focus on economic signals like taxes, subsidies, public procurement, and finally, continue working on data reporting, greening the financing, focus on retaining value in circular economy process and social aspects of circular economy transition. This is really quick, but of course, if you wish, you can have a presentation as many times as you wish. Coming to the end, the challenge seems not to be anymore inadequate scientific evidence, rather it's the cooperation and implementation. According to WEF, complexity and scale of these challenges requires new forms of collaboration and more systemic approaches. And yes, that includes also your smart villages. Exactly that concepts are answering to the call. We need more circularity even in the global governance, which means sharing sovereignty instead of owing sovereignty. It means cooperation in essence, and the best example is actually European Union. Why? Because a few decades ago, due to the facts which we have seen with the wars and conflicts in Europe, we have decided to share sovereignty on many issues to avoid those things. While we have a lot of problems today in Europe, it is pretty obvious that without Europe, we would be much worse off. So Brexit is tragical from that point. Actually, they can do whatever they wish. But in essence, the world needs more cooperation today. And going in different direction, it's a mistake. Europe, it's not only blue with yellow stars. It's a rainbow, blue for freedom and democracy, red for social values, green for protection of environment, yellow for culture. We can hardly picture Europe as a center of the world, but we should do everything that Europe remains the center of the dreams of the people of the world. To conclude, transition to a more sustainable economy and society, it's unavoidable. That's the most important thing which you should remember. It's unavoidable. Humans are supposed to be intelligent. It's high time to prove it. We have to fix a broken compass. Will that be easy? Part of the answer was delivered by Einstein when he was asked why we were able to discover atom, but we are not able to manage it in a safe way. His answer was, the reason is that simple, my friend, it's because politics is more difficult than physics. Which means that, unfortunately, we are dealing in many cases with the hard laws of physics, but the answers are in the hands of politics, where the laws are not so hard. Why the changes are so difficult in practice? I see three major reasons. First, it's that political cycles, public financial institutions, all have inbuilt short-term focus and logic, while the problems ask for more cooperation. So we have 4-year political cycles. You can just imagine what is maximized in financial sector. So they are just looking to rate of return of the next year. What it's maximized in companies. Again, profits for the next year. So that's simply something which will not work. Because taking into account that we do jointly manage also our societal risks, it's essential. Second, production and consumption systems are based on the logic of consumerism, fueled by the growth based on quantities and measured by GDP. More you sell, higher is your profit. If we do not revert that system, we will keep the pressure on all natural resources in the system. So we have to think how to revert it. And we will have sooner or later to change the GDP measurement because it's sending us in the wrong direction. And finally, transition to a more sustainable economy and society will only be possible if it's just, fair, and inclusive. We are currently failing to deliver. We need more just and fair and inclusive societies at large. So, Greta, it's not a kind of new, it's not showing you in the first place the new awakened young generation. She's actually a sign of a failure of the current generation. It's actually a shame for all of us that we need 15-year-old girl to tell us what we know. And when it's told by old people or by educated people, actually, many don't listen. North Star guiding our policies and behavior should be SDGs. We need a kind of intergenerational agreement, which a program for the future generations, which would put sustainability first. Circular economy, it's not a new concept, it's the oldest concept on the earth. By the way, all nature, it's organized based on the principles of the circular economy. Nothing is lost, everything has its purpose. That is why it would make common sense to embrace it and finally start to behave accordingly. And in essence, there it's only one question which we have to answer. Do we agree that humans are part of nature too? Yeah. So, if we have the problem answering that question, I would ask you to follow the advice of the most famous detective, since I'm a bit feeling also the Belgium, by the way, he's a Belgian, don't mix that, he's French, because he's not happy with that. When he was once asked why he's speaking about himself always in a third person, he replied something like that: if somebody is such a genius like myself, it is very important to establish a healthy distance to himself. So that's pretty much the answer how humanity should start to act. If we think that we are so intelligent, then let's establish a healthy distance to ourselves and start to behave valuing and sharing also the nature and everything what is around us. And if one is still not convinced by that, that's the final slide, then the best is the advice of Professor Guy McPherson. If you think the economy is more important than environment and health, try holding your breath while counting your money. So that would be all. Thank you for your attention and good luck.
So now we will continue. Oh, I see my next guest here on my left side. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce you to Peter Nieder, the Vice Director of the Swiss Center for Mountain Regions and coordinator of the Alpine Space Interreg project, Smart Villages. So Peter, the microphone and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. So, as we heard from the previous session and also from our daily work, daily life, there is a high momentum, high time of smart villages at the moment. And actually, there is a big hunger for concrete projects. And we are glad from the Interreg Alpine Space project, Smart Villages, that we think also, and I'm sure that we could fill this gap, that we could feed this hunger. And I structured my session, this session, which goes up to 1 o'clock, as follows. I will do a brief overview on the project so that you have an idea of our framework, how we are working, the structural elements. Then we have some short interview with panelists, work package responsibles, to go a bit more in details, how are the different work packages interlaced. And then, of course, we have the presentation of pilot activities in a third part, because we, of course, want to focus also on these concrete actions in our test areas. So, let me start with our project objective. We want to create opportunities for this smart transition, and of course in municipalities and regions in mountainous areas, so in periphery areas, but also in areas which are close to agglomeration. So we have a quite heterogeneous sample of test areas also. You will see that later on. And all this should happen through new forms of stakeholder involvement. And we are taking care that we will use in a big extent the opportunities digital technologies are offering to us. So actually, in short, we want also to trigger with our activities societal processes that are based on engagement, identity, and cooperation. And we believe that we are at the very right moment with this project, because we are in an ongoing digitalization process. We have emerging new technologies, and they will help us a lot in achieving our mission. So the outcome should be a higher quality of life in the villages. They should become more attractive for newcomers, the residents themselves, of course, but also guests and tourists. And we should also introduce more resource-efficient processes, as just Mr. Janets before mentioned. We should really keep a focus also on that. So just yesterday, we made an excursion to Šmarje. It's a test area, a pilot activity of University of Ljubljana under the lead of Emilia Stojmenova. And actually we met there our partners, and they explained us what are they doing now within the framework of our project. And I found this picture is kind of symbolic, yes? We have the two persons in front. They are newcomers, but they are still quite some years in this village of Šmarje, coming from Ljubljana. They were working or still working in the IT branch. And we have a bit, on the other side, we have kind of the local population symbolically also in these traditional costumes. And they look a bit skeptical, but curious, yes? So we have to bring these different worlds together. Newcomers, they very often bring new ideas, good ideas, into a system which perhaps has been a bit closed or locked. And when we succeed to build bridges so that these different stakeholder groups cooperate in a village, then we really succeed in a smart village approach, I would say. And there we had already a very good start in Šmarje. They have cooperated already. They have convinced different actor groups to go into concrete practices. And I'm sure Emilia will then later on talk a bit more on this very concrete activity. So we have here a Swiss adaptation of the Smart City Wheel. Yes, you understood right, Smart City Wheel, not Smart Village Wheel. There are still some concepts I think we can benefit of it. We have the same, I would say, we have in common that both smart cities and smart villages, they should have this human-centered concept. And we have these 6 fields which are also very important for the smart villages approach. We used it also in the work package 1, which I briefly introduce afterwards. And we have these different themes around. Of course, there are slight differences. I would say there are differences, of course, in the smart cities approach and smart villages approach. You cannot proceed with the same methodology in a village, in a small village. I think, for example, from a practical point of view, the resource availability is very often very different in a city or in a village. For example, in a smart city, you can just employ a digital manager, chief manager, who is actually organizing all issues around the digitalization. You won't have these means in a smart village, in a small village, with perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 inhabitants. So there you have to organize these processes in another way. Very much is based on voluntary work, much more, I would say, than in a smart city. You very much rely on the population. And this is, I think, we have to be aware in our project on these differences. But we have to benefit also from the concept of the smart cities. Good. We had very precious input from our previous sessions, very valuable. We had different definitions. I also come up with a definition taken from the social eco-villages working definition. And just for the further steps of my presentation, I want to quickly point on the most important elements. Actually rely and base on existing local strengths and opportunities. You don't have to invent something completely new or which is far from the local context. Then use participatory approaches. You have really to involve different stakeholders, then you cooperate and you will develop something new and better. And then also, of course, we want to innovate, yes, develop, making something better as it has been before. And the last point I want to stress is the cooperation and alliances. So we should really try to work together and benefit also from outside of the areas from good ideas. So you see we are embedded well in these initiatives. We are actually using the framework of ENRDP and other EU initiatives. We have a good exchange. We have also representatives in the thematic group of smart villages. And I just go quickly through through our rough structure, because we will have a short exchange afterwards in the plenary. Coming back on the definition of smart villages, assessing the existing local strengths, yes? So in work package 1, actually, Poliedra from Milan, they developed a self-assessment, a smart assessment tool where the region, they can see where they are actually in a smart transition process, where are the weaknesses and strengths, and in which topic they should or they like to, they would go further on. It's not a must to actually to improve the weaknesses or to develop the strengths, but you have a picture then, where are you, and you have to be really quite sure, yeah, you will be more sure than on the strategy you will develop. So then facilitate participatory processes. Actually, this is for us of utmost importance, and we very much rely on regional stakeholder groups, an issue which will be also discussed a bit more in detail afterwards. And actually, in Work Package 1, they have been built. They will be active in also in the digital exchange platform, the main outcome of Work Package 2. And also in Work Package 3, the toolbox, they will test methodologies, they will also test the tools and also implement the tools, use the methodologies for concrete actions then in the field. So cooperation and exchange with stakeholders in different areas and regions. There we have our famous digital exchange platform where we have the opportunity to really interconnect different actors, different areas and regions. They can be present in chat forums, in forums. They can upload best practices. They can download, find with matchmaking functions, they can find best practices and also interconnect with all the smart villages initiatives going on. And our third work package is, I think, really very much dedicated to promotion of innovation and social engagement. We are developing tools how they actually lead the user through a planification process, and at the end the user is left with kind of recommendations for his project development, and also with sample best practices which are useful for him, her, to implement a project. Last but not least, we will this has not been started yet, the Work Package 4. All the other work packages are ongoing, and Work Package 1 has been finalized already. So Work Package 4 has not yet started. It will start in January 2020. And there we have the political recommendations. We will elaborate a synthesis out of our experiences, and we'll make it available for decision makers, and of course for the Smart Villages initiatives, for regional managers, etc. I heard this intergroup has been recently established. I think this would be also a good vector afterwards to disseminate our experiences. Good. So we are a bit short in time, and we decided that we actually will make a discussion around just after the third, after all three parts I mentioned. So after the test area presentations, so you have a whole picture of our project, and then for sure we can answer your questions then. And in the next step, I am now asking the work package responsibles to come in front to the plenary, and we will then have this small interview on work packages, interrelationships, and a bit go a bit more also in concrete on a concrete level. Okay, so welcome to this panel. We have on the far left, we have Gianluca Lentini from Poliedra Milano, responsible for Work Package 1. Then we have Veronika Savratnik, responsible for Work Package 3 from University of Ljubljana. Then on the right side of Veronika, we have Guillaume Ducan from the development agency, you could say, of ADRETS in France. And then we have Jorge Gil, or Gil, I don't know how we should, okay, one of those two versions. You're originally from Spain, yes. You're working in Austria for the Software Competence Center of Hagenberg, which is very much involved together with Guillaume Ducan and the University of Maribor involved into the Work Package 2, the digital exchange platform. Yeah. So my first question is for Work Package 1. I was already mentioning the regional stakeholder groups. So it was also very much new idea of Poliedra to build on this concept. And I want to ask you, Gianluca, actually, what is the function of these regional stakeholder groups? I think it's a very innovative concept. How are they composed, and how did you help in building these regional stakeholder groups in the test areas?
Yes, thank you, Peter. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, the regional stakeholder groups are the embodiment, in our idea, of the wealth of the human resources in the test areas. In the Smart Villages project, we have 10 or 11 test areas. It depends on how you count your Slovenian ones. But in each of those test areas, local people need to be involved from the bottom up. So in WPT1, we started to find a way on how involving local people by means of the partners of Smart Villages, of the Smart Villages project. We organized a seminar in that little alpine village called Milan. But we were up on a skyscraper and we could see the mountains from there. And from that seminar, we asked our partners to mediate with local communities in order for local communities, the regional stakeholder groups, to start thinking on a few questions. Where are we now in our village? Where are we going if things do not change? And instead, where do we want to be? And how are we getting there? And in their minds, they should think of possibly the 6 dimensions of smartness we were thinking of before. Smart environment, smart economy, smart governance, smart living, smart mobility, smart people. All of the villages had and have loads of assets, and most of them do not even know what their assets are. Thanks to that, first ideas put out to the people, the regional stakeholder groups were organized by the great work of the partners of the Alpine Space Smart Villages project. And I have to say, just at the beginning, how proud I am of the collaboration that has been in place between an academic partner like Poliedra and partner actually doing the job every day in local communities, starting from the University of Maribor, University of Ljubljana, ADRE, SECH, and all the local partners from Austria, from Germany, and from Switzerland. So that was the beginning of our RSGs, and after that, we asked them to take an exam in smartness.
Okay, thank you very much, Gianluca. And for a second very important outcome or output from your work package was the smartness assessment tool. I already introduced it a bit. It's kind of an analysis where we stand. There is a lot of theory and academic approach behind, and it's quite complex. So I just would like to ask you if you could quickly explain the practicability of such a tool, and can it really be easily handled by everyone?
Well, now it can. At the beginning, it couldn't be easily handled by anyone. We have created this approach, starting from the 6th dimension of smartness, and we created at first a set of 93 indicators of smartness. Those 93 indicators of smartness were discussed in this seminar in the village of Milan between our partners in representation of the test areas. The meeting was very combative, and there was loads of discussions, and rightly so, because most of those 93 indicators went thrown out of the door, and 24 of those came back by the window. So we kept 24 core indicators, which came from the discussion with partners actually knowing what the RSG, the regional stakeholder groups, could actually think of in local areas. So we have created these indicators. Now we have 24 core indicators that, thanks to the cooperation with the other partners, most namely ADRE, SGCH, University of Maribor, University of Ljubljana, are now online under the form of a survey in which we ask 24 questions related to the 6 categories of smartness for local stakeholder groups, villages, rural communities in mountain areas or mountain communities, in order for them to self-assess the degree of smartness of their areas. And as Peter was mentioning before, maybe I self-assess myself in being very low in smartness in mobility, but at the moment I'm not exactly interested in working in that topic, so I leave it there. But some of our test areas has discovered they were maybe weak or too little smart in a category that was very interesting for them. Where are we now? Indicators of smartness, where do we want to go? And actually this self-assessment can be done at the end of the project as well, and see whether something has changed, and we certainly hope it has.
So thank you. Just staying at the self-assessment tool, it's also kind of an entry point for the digital exchange platform. Jorge, could you quickly say us something about the importance of this tool for the digital exchange platform?
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Peter. As Gianluca has mentioned, this assessment tool can allow you to assess in which level of maturity are you in the moment concerning smartness in the villages. But there is something that is really important, and that allows matchmaking concerning the degree of smartness that you have. You can be recommended other villages that are in your same situation, and in order to exchange experiences. You can share good practices with other villages. You can contact with other companies that are selling what you are trying to develop. And therefore, we think that this matchmaking aspect of the assessment tool is really, really important, because it's what brings collaboration between the entities and stakeholders that are involved. So I invite all of you to have a look into the depth, and especially to the assessment tool. And you are very welcome to provide us feedback that can help us to improve the tool.
Yeah, the digital exchange platform is actually already public. It's operational. We use it already since months, yes. It was kind of head-breaking, I don't know if this term exists in English, task also, I think, for the consortium to develop together such a product. You always have also to stay a bit close to the ground, to the humans, and not only being in technical spheres. So I would like to ask Guillaume, we know that there are still some technical problems, but what is the human part in it of this digital exchange platform? Are people using it? And if not yet, as much as we liked or expected, what are the measures, or what could we do to improve that?
Okay, thank you, Peter. Good morning, everybody. For us, the digital exchange platform, it's exchange before anything else. And that's the way we built it from the beginning, with all the partners from the partnership first. And I think that's quite good results, because we discussed how we wanted to implement the different functions and so on inside the partnership. And now we have, like you said, a public platform that is fully available for its collaboration part. You mentioned in your presentation forums, document storage, and different news and portal page for our test areas and test activities. And it is partially operational for what Jorge presented, that the self-assessment tool is now totally usable by anybody of you or the Smart Villages territory, or territories that would like to enter inside such a process. And the matchmaking is now going on for the next months, and we are trying to think about how to link that with best practices that could be sufficiently qualified to be interesting for the territories, depending on their needs and depending on the state of the art of the smartness in their territory. And to answer to your question about human involvement on the DEP, I think for the moment we use it now as a common repository to share all our documents, to share the main discussions inside the partnership, and that's yet a big deal. Because I think it's not so often that cooperation projects like that rely on collaborative tools, and I think it's very important as basis. And now the big challenge is, I think, how to integrate more local stakeholders inside that process, inside such tools. And for us, that needs some animation. We are going in the next months to work more on one thematic to try to involve more stakeholders. So we chose together to work more on mobility for the next months. And we are going to try to animate the platform with the help of best practices that are yet filled in the platform, and initiating discussions on specificities of mountainous areas and alpine areas about that smart mobility issues.
So we also have to mention we really don't want to enter into competition with other platforms. We are still also looking for integration of our digital exchange tool into another already existing platform to enrich these. And point of view regarding the best practices, there are, of course, databases with good practices. We really want to concentrate on best practices where we have somebody very personal behind. We already have the idea of the concept of local heroes to bring these best practices to the potential user in another more personal way, so that we actually are complementary to best practices databases already existing. Okay, thank you very much, Guillaume. About the cooperation and alliances we mentioned with other communities and actors between urban areas and villages. Could you say something how we can facilitate this with our digital exchange platform?
Yeah, as you said about interactions with other databases, the idea of a digital exchange platform, it's okay to collaborate inside a partnership, but it's also to provide services like the self-assessment tool and like some best practices that could be more qualified and allowing some matchmaking issues. I think that doesn't exist yet so much because there are lots of databases and some of them are very well filled in, but not really qualified to be able to propose some specific recommendations. So the idea is also that the digital exchange platform could be some backend for different tools to work with different networks, and firstly to work also with Toolbox Veronica will present to propose some really useful and designed front end for users to allow the larger use possible for that framework.
Yeah.
And the second thing I wanted to say is that digital exchange platform rely also on physical meetings for me, and making alliances rely on such meetings as today with successful audience and so on. And it is the only way we can initiate cooperations. I really don't think we can initiate a cooperation through a video conference or through a forum. But when we physically meet together, we initiate something, and the digital exchange platform, such tools, can allow to continue that in a more easy way in the long term, and that allow to create long-term synergies perhaps between the stakeholders to share resources, to have discussions, and to capitalize knowledge together.
Right, and I think also the transnational aspect is here very important. We have a tendency, every village for its own, and I think we can, with this exchange platform, we can break a bit this idea that everybody is just doing his own stuff, and open it a bit to ease really a regional or even a trans-regional or transnational exchange. We already had this experience in our project where the test areas, the different test areas, they are benefiting from each other, and that's a great added value. Okay. Coming to work package 3, so everybody is hungry for project implementation. I was also on the OSTE event in May, and it was a very good event, but everybody was very much asking, where are the concrete actions, how advanced are you in the test areas? The concrete implementation, yes, how a village can really become a smart village. In which way is the Toolbox, Veronica, helping assisting the village in achieving this goal?
Hi everyone. Hi. You put a lot of pressure on me actually. How can a village become a smart village? It's a complicated process. As we've heard, there's many definitions of what smart village exactly is, and there's no very precise definition of what smart village is, because there is as many smart villages as there is different communities. So this is actually one of the hardest things we have to deal with in developing the toolbox. So maybe the most important thing when explaining what the toolbox actually is that it's not something that will provide you with a final product. For example, you want to improve mobility in your village, you want to make it more smart, and here is your solution. But it's the tool that will provide you with the recipe of how to do this. So basically the toolbox, it's a web page, it's a database where all the good practices will be collected, the ones that we are collecting within the project. We will also make some connections to all the already existing databases. And then we also have a collection of participatory methods, which is very important because one of the most important parts of the smart villages are people, right, communities. And what we are doing right now is trying to find the right ways to combine existing good practices, participatory approaches, to involve communities in the process of finding the solutions. So, was I clear enough? Yeah, hopefully.
And this way you also want to trigger innovation and to trigger people or projects to go further in an innovative process, or is it?
That's right, yeah, because we believe that one of the best solutions for problems in rural areas is social innovation. And while we are trying to involve communities in the processes as much as possible through using participatory approaches, and by suggesting them different already existing good practices, this is definitely opening the doors for as much social innovation as possible, because you can get all these inputs from all over the Europe, not just all over Slovenia. So this is one of the main aims, yeah, of course, to bring some new ideas, new things, combine different already existing ideas and approaches.
Okay, thank you. Just a last question to you about interrelationship between different work packages. We heard already work package 1, work package 2, how they are interlinked. What about the work package 3? How is it inserted into the other work packages?
It's actually connected to all the work packages, I would say. As Gianluca already mentioned, we are very proud of the amount of work, of research work, and the developing work we've already done. Because the toolbox, which is still in development, is actually using all the previous outputs. So smartness self-assessment, it's one of the steps in the toolbox. It's not mandatory, but it is one. There is an option, you can use it. You can indicate where you are, where you are strong and where you can still improve a little bit. Then we are also using the pool of existing good practices that we are collecting. We are trying to tag them to, you know, to correspond to the size of the communities, to the problem of the communities they have. And we are also, of course, using digital exchange platform, because Toolbox will be part of the digital exchange platform. So Toolbox is basically using everything that has been done and trying to put it together to make everything work even better than it's already working.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. We will close this panel and go to a further step. It's not yet time for questions. You must wait a bit. And actually, we will then move to the test areas presentations, the pilot activities. And we have a bit of special concept. It's not a presentation of the whole pilot activity per region, because it would have just been too much, too long. I asked the partners who are involved into pilot activities to express a statement and also explain it then afterwards what is behind of, for example, an open question or a main challenge in the area, or a surprising success they had. And so that at the end we have kind of a list of spotlights. I call it a bit also hotspot hopping, flashlights on specific aspects, and I think this is quite interesting and inspiring also to us, and give us a picture of where we are with the pilot activities. Good. So you could start with the new presentation. The pointer, yes, okay. So just as an introduction, so that you know a bit geographically what we are talking about. We have 15 partners in all Alpine countries, with the exception of Fürstentum Liechtenstein. And actually, what you will hear afterwards, from a test area point of view, we will talk about the region of Liguria, Valle del Sole. We will have an input from the region of Vercors in France. Then also of Slovenia, of course. We have many test areas, pilot activities in Slovenia, in Pomoria region, and then around Koper, we could say. Then we have also a test area pilot activity in, here, Austria is that big, so in Tyrol, Pitztal. And one in Löfingen, Germany. And I think that's it. Yeah, so we don't have all pilot activities here as a presentation, and we will start. Yep.
We also have Switzerland.
We also have Switzerland. That's true. Yeah. Don't forget. You saw it on the map before. There was a hole in the European, the European map of European Union, but we cannot change this. But anyway, we are happy that we can participate. Yeah. Somehow, in one way or the other. Good. I would like to start with Valle del Sol, an area for 5 municipalities, 12,000 inhabitants, and it's in Liguria, Italy. It will be presented by Augusto, and now I have the problem with Astengo, yes, Augusto Astengo, sorry for that. And you have a statement, it's this one, collaboration, participation and cooperation between major stakeholders and population on smart mobility. So the floor is yours for 2 or 3 minutes. You will have the opportunity to explain this statement.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to invite me to ask all of you. Only a few words in order to explain why I choose these 3 words, collaboration, participation, and cooperation, as keywords for the work done until now in our test area. One of the most significant results that we have achieved until now by tackling the difficult issues of smart mobility in our test area, Valle del Sol, is to have succeeded in opening a discussion table through the creation of regional stakeholder group among the major stakeholders on the topic, the smart mobility, and the consortium of municipalities of the valley that represents the interest of the population. In effect, the starting situation wasn't so easy due to previous problem that had, on one hand, hardened the position of the population that felt little protected by the major institutional subject. And by the other hand, the major institutional subject perceived a climate of hostility and distrust on their work. For that, the creation of the regional stakeholder group gave the condition of to reopen the dialogue, and that now is proceeding with in a climate of collaboration and research of the best smart solution, also through new planning tools, like, for example, urban plan of sustainable mobility of Città Metropolitana di Genova, and the possibility of adapting new solution already tested by the public transportation company in other valleys. In this context, regional stakeholder group can be considered also as a place of mediation and meeting between also different positions of the stakeholder of the territory. Now that a solid base has been created between the main actors, we proceed by involving also association and other stakeholders in the regional stakeholder area that bring further interesting contribution towards mobility and other aspects of smartness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Augusto. I forgot to mention that you're from GAL Appennino Genovese Development Agency Leader Action Group. Okay, thank you very much. Good. Next hotspot is Pitztal in Tyrol. And you have some information on the size of the test area and inhabitants. And it will be, it's not the man on the picture who will present the test area. It's Julia Scharting, project partner from the Tiroler Zukunftsstiftung. I think it's Standortagentur Tirol, the correct name in German language. It's kind of a development agency, economic agency in Tyrol. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Julia, and today I brought a picture from one of our mayors in the Pitztal. That's Mr. Walter Schöpf. As you can see, he is a local hero, but for him it's kind of difficult how he can implement the concept of smart villages to his community events. And we started with him to discuss what he can do, what can be projects, what he wants to develop in his community. After the lunch, I will show you 3 best practice examples, what we figured out with him. But what I learned from our case study was that it's important to give the local communities the feeling that it's not that difficult to bring the smart village into practice, because I think it's a very complex topic, and the people are sometimes really confused or not sure. Oh, I'm just a small community. How should I do this? How should I make a project out of it? And I learned that it's important to start with small projects and to give them the feeling of success. So it's possible, they are able to do it. And then when they have the feeling it's not so difficult, then it's a good starting point. So my statement is bring something into practice.
Yes, thank you, Julia. So this is the idea. We align every statement, or it grows further on, yeah, so that at the end we have a whole flower tree or tree something of statements. So here, Region Luzern West, I'm Alexander Siegenthal from the region Luzern West.
Thank you, Peter. Good day to you all. So on this map, it's just disappeared. You saw our beautiful region, Luzern West. It's back again. It's nearly half the canton of Lucerne, with 70,000 inhabitants in the heart of Switzerland. And we are usually focusing on the long-term development of our region. So within this project, Smart Villages, we went this year to France, to Saint-Jean-en-Rayonne in Vercourt, and we got in touch with a project there which is called La Fibre pour tous, which is called Fiber Optics for Everyone until 2025. In our region, we have less than 1% of the households have fiber optics. And generally, our internet is very slow. So this is for us a major challenge for a long-term development. If you're talking about home office, co-working spaces, working smart, selling products globally, without fast internet, it will be impossible. So together with one of our communities, Lutre, we start in April 19 a pilot project. And already the concepts have now been written. We have finished the business plan, and the first fiber optics are already working. And now we did the first steps, but our goal is to have fiber optics in our whole region. And we are working on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexander. So we coming back to Slovenia, and here Emilia Stojmenova will present us 3 test areas. The first one is Padnašmarje, and for this one you had a statement developing smart local services and products for tourists. Is this true?
Yes, of course it is. So the University of Ljubljana has 3 test areas. The ones who were yesterday here for the study visits, we visited the test area Padnašmarje, and within Padnašmarje, so I want first to introduce the concept we introduced into this project, and this is the concept of local heroes. So these statements are not from us, but from our local heroes, the one who are living in those test areas, and the one who the best know what these areas need. So Andrei, you met him today. He was also shown on this photo. And Denis is also here with us today, and yeah, he's waving. It comes from them that in order to develop their environment, Padnašmarje, which is Istrian villages in the back of Koper, they really need a way how to first develop smart local services, but also to promote those services and to make them used by the locals and the tourists. So we can move now to the next test area. And this one is Kungota, and I'm very happy to have the mayor of Kungota. She's waving as well. And later in the afternoon, they will present what they're doing there. So if Vit, you can show the statement. Yeah, okay. We have also our local hero from Kungota, and that is Janja, sitting next to the mayor. Again, the statement is coming from the local hero. So Kungota is very close to the Austrian border. There are a lot of very excellent winemakers. So their statement is winemakers and restaurants know the importance of the digital change, but they do not use it regularly yet. And this is the barrier they have, and we are talking about the competences. So within this test area, we do not like to address only the infrastructure, but also to show why people should use such digital services and help them how to use those services. And last but not least, we have the test area of Solčavsko, which is in the Logarska Valley in Slovenia. It's a very large area, but still there are only around 500 people living there. So their statement is soft and sustainable mobility benefits nature protection, sustainable tourist offer, and the life quality of the locals. Our local hero, Marko, is there as well, and they will explain in the afternoon what is it all about. So they want to have tourists, and but at the same time, they don't want that we somehow damage the nature there. So also today, it was mentioned by Paul from the European Network for Rural Development, it is very difficult to find public transport in remote and rural areas because most of the time companies don't find the business model for that. And with our test area, we're working with one private company, and here we're trying to suggest some ways how the public transport can be also moved in rural areas. And that's all.
Thank you very much, Emilia. Yes, Slovenia is very active in this project. I think we have very good partners also, Slovenian partners. And we have really a diversity of projects going on. You can feel it in Slovenia. It's a really a dynamic there. And we can also Switzerland can benefit of this movement, I would say. Good. So the next one is in France, the next test area, Royan-Vercors. We have 18 municipalities there and about 10,000 inhabitants. Guillaume will make this statement. Collaboration need for place, tools and people. Yes, Guillaume.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Yes, just to say, that area, Royan-Vercors, we, as agency for development, let's say, at ADRES, we were going to see them and to discuss with them about smart villages. So I could have chosen many statements because we are going through different thematics with them, mobility, food, and so on. But when we met them first, really the first thing they told to us, it was, we really need collaboration because we gone first to see social stakeholders in the territory, and they said, okay, inside our little circle we are able to collaborate together and to make projects together, but we don't know cultural stakeholders, we don't know mobility stakeholders, we don't know external stakeholders to inspire, and we really need to cooperate better with them. And so that statement means need for place. I don't know if you have the photo, no? We need for place because there was yet on the territory like a third place, big ancient factory of big ancient factory that has been rehabilitated for citizens' means for different activities, music studio, reusing, and training, for example, and probably in near future co-working and so on. So there was a place, so we tried to rely for collaboration on an existing place. We have those few people that were yet interested in the project, and what we've done with them, it was to try to make the circle of interested stakeholders growing, and the main thing we brought to that territory is tools, because they didn't get so much tools to make that collaboration really effective. And we brought tools as methods, like we said, participative meetings, or mainly that, participative meetings and long-term collaboration between the stakeholders, and also digital collaborative tools. How you can know each other on such a territory which is quite big as a surface, and how you can collaborate with the distance, and ease that with digital collaborative tools. And that's one of the means of our pilot, creating some platform to share knowledge of stakeholders and initiatives and possible fundings that could create synergies.
Thank you, Guillaume. This pilot activity reminds me a bit of this Village de l'Avenir project, which will be presented this afternoon also. So we will have kind of a continuation this afternoon. And then we have next pilot activity in Germany, the municipality of Löffingen. It will be presented by Jonas Rackelmann from Region Südlicher Oberrhein. It's a regional management organization. And you have the statement, activating people.
Thank you, Peter. Just a short statement. So activating people for us is the most important and also the most difficult task. Projects in our test area and on a local level in general depend on voluntary and unpaid work from people who in most cases have no direct personal benefit of it. So we try to solve this problem by, first of all, explaining the value of the local project in detail, and second, by giving people social recognition for the work they are doing in their local town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. So we have the second Slovenian partner with the test area Maribor Pohorje, and the statement of can we connect all tourism-related services into one smart story? It's Daria Kukovic from the University of Maribor who will tell us more about this statement. And you will have 2 test areas. Yes. So.
Can you switch back on the? Hello to everybody. The first test area is Maribor Pohorje. Maribor is actually the second biggest city in Slovenia, so it's not a village. But Pohorje, which is on the very edge of the city, and is ski resorts with small villages and tourist offers. So we would like to do this as a brand, as a place branding. So Maribor Pohorje is actually a brand already, and tourism is some promising approach to develop this region. The problem is, as the statement is named, can we connect all tourism-related services into one smart story? That tourist offers are usually disparate, you know. They are not connected, they are single offers, and it's a problem if you want to make it a brand. So the collaboration is the issue in this area. The other area is Pomurje region, which is in northern east part of Slovenia. Slovenia has a shape of chicken, and this is the head of chicken. And it's a really flat rural area. Actually, it's not alpine, but because it's really flat, but it's in the region. And the most suitable for agriculture activities. This is why our activities are in this digitalization opportunities are dedicated to agriculture. And we would like to focus, our activities are focused on local short food supply chains, because there are a lot of food and meat and producers in this region. And the question is, will a digitally supported short food supply chain be accepted by the locals? But this is not, the locals here are not just the locals that live in this area, but actually the inhabitants of nearby cities, because we see this area as a hinterland of big cities in food supply. So, yes, this is it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daria, for this presentation. And actually, you closed this session with your presentation, your statement. You can see now all the statements listed. We could say it's a lot of on cooperation, mobilization, also explaining and how can we come down from a strategic, more theoretical concept to the ground, explain to people with what are we dealing. And I think if we are understood, then if everybody understands each other, then we can really go into action. And for sure we have funding. I think there's enough funding around with good ideas. You will be welcomed for project implementation. But the work on the ground is not an easy one, yeah? And it's not for nothing that always these bit concrete actions, they come a bit behind, and there's a lot of talk, a lot of words, and then the actions will follow. And we hope then in our project that we really have something achieved at the end, and that we can contribute to this one big smart village movement in Europe. Yes. So I think this is our input for your questions and for taking something home from this project. We will have a short continuation, then also Julia will also have a presentation in detail on her best practice example in Tyrol. So I open the floor for questions. We have all the partners here. And if there are any questions, we are very eager and we're very welcoming your questions. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Just a technical question. How do you coordinate all the participants, all the projects in this big frame? Like how do you communicate, how you have your daily contacts?
Okay, perhaps we change quickly. This is mine and this one. Actually, yes, communication, internally communication is very important. We have project steering committees, but of course only every half a year. By chance, we have these other events also, like in Aosta, some partners are meeting, but then of course we have this digital exchange platform with these forums where we can quickly post and share what is going on in different smart villages initiatives. We have the ordinary classic mailing exchange and Skype tool, Skype exchanges. So, but these are mostly technical issues, technical things, and I think the spirit in our project team is a very good one, and because there must be also a willingness to communicate, yes, and a readiness to communicate. And if there is a problem, I can really rely on the partners. They are mentioning it, they're indicating the problem, and we can solve it. And if there is, for example, a new input, a new idea from a partner who was perhaps attending in Brussels to a meeting, for example, for the thematic group, Smart Villages group. So this information is shared within the partnership. So I think it's this spirit also which is as important than the technical possibilities. Yeah. Yeah. So yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Zdenka Kovač from Slovenia. First of all, congratulations to all of you that you started this very important initiative in practice and that you developed or are intending to develop these important tools which could be used later on. But during your presentations, I had several questions for myself and for you, of course. Firstly, how did you select your tested areas? What was the key that you decided for this particular area? And for Slovenian parts, I know that you all talked about local heroes. So I would like to hear maybe also from, I know who is the local hero in Kungota and in Suceava, but who are the local heroes in Maribor and in Pomurje?
Okay, thank you for this question. The selection process actually was a bit, I think, different with all partners. We didn't have a standardized procedure how we select the pilot activities. Very often it was a regional management as a partner, like for example, Region Luzern West. So it's actually a test area within their perimeter where they see the most need also for doing a best practice or for doing a project. And then I would say, for example, in France, perhaps you could say something on your selection process, which was a bit more quite participatory also and competitive.
Yeah, we chose to not to choose the test area before the beginning of the project, but we chose the process, and the idea was to choose with a regional group we constituted at the French Alpine scale, and with all that group we made a call for territories interested in the process. We had 7 answers on the French Alps, so we were really satisfied for that. And we chose one in a collective way on different criteria, but I think the main one was the willingness of the local stakeholders. And in the Royan-Vercors, I just showed there was political willingness and also citizens' willingness from different NGOs.
Because there was a question about the local heroes from Maribor, Pohorja and Pomurje. The identification of local areas or pilot areas was not prescribed. So every partner has its own approach how to identify the area. We just saw Maribor, Pohorja is Maribor as a city and Pohorja with villages, really like behind the development, but has some opportunities in tourism. While Pomurje region is an agricultural place, area, which really offers a lot of opportunities here. And we didn't search for local heroes, maybe we will find it, I don't know.
Thank you. Yeah, the local heroes is a concept I think mainly used at the moment by University of Ljubljana. Emilia, perhaps you just say something on this idea of local heroes.
Yes, thank you, Peter. So, yes, the concept of local heroes was introduced by our group because we found out that if we want to introduce such concept, and especially if we want them to be accepted by the people living in those areas, that it shouldn't come from us, but it should come from them. And we were really looking for people who are known, respected within their community, but also for people who are the mediators, the facilitators between what is happening in the European Commission, what was the Director General today speaking, what we are developing. So, for example, if I go somewhere and start using my technical language, what we want to achieve in Kungota or in Šmarje, then those ladies and the gentleman Peter was showing, they will be like, not even for Andrei, they were looking him, but at least he lives there, at least they see him every day. But if I went there and explained them, then for sure they wouldn't like that idea so much. So this is how we started really. When we were preparing the project, we didn't have this in mind. But it was through our work, when we started working within this project, then we saw this is a good way, and that this is how we started identifying. So we have coordinators, the main local heroes, but in one village there is no only one local hero. We have many local heroes that are responsible for different parts in that village. So also we started writing that on the blog, doing some interviews with those local heroes. We wanted to hear their voices. So it's not about us and our voices, but it's about them. And at this project meeting, because we started the whole event with a project meeting between the partners, and we introduced the concept to the other partners, and we are happy that it was very well accepted from the other partners. And as Peter mentioned today, we don't want to compete with other platforms. The European Network of Rural Development has amazing collection of best practices. We can work for years, but these partners cannot develop such platform. Also, Paul was telling today that they already have a huge community, 400 people registered for the thematic group, 1,000 likes on Facebook. So I know there are many things going on here. We do not like to compete with them, but we would like to join them. We would like to use what is already there, so to link those good practices. And what we thought is also to bring our innovation, which is not technical innovation, but it's social innovation with the local heroes. So maybe to identify each practice with a local hero, and then to make another collection of local heroes where they wouldn't need us or the European Network for Rural Development or DG Agri, but they can start communicating among themselves.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Soto, you were waiting for question?
Yeah, and following on from what Emilia just said, I think what you've presented is really, really interesting. I think you've come up with a lot of really interesting conclusions, potentially very interesting tools, and this idea of working in a network, so interlinked databases and tools and working together is, I think, really, really important. So we would really want to promote what you're doing and get across the conclusions more. So that's one thing. The questions I had were to find out a bit more about what you actually do in the pilot areas. Do you have a common process? Do you have a series of steps that everybody follows, or is it left very much up to the partners? Roughly how long it takes, because the whole thing about how long the time of implementation of smart villages, you know, what sort of time scale should we be talking about? And then a lot of you talked about this thing about you know, the concrete actions and the concrete actions following, and that's the difficult thing, and starting small with small actions that actually mean things to people. But I'm assuming you don't have a budget for for actually funding the actions yourself. So how do you get these actions actually done? Have you come to any conclusions about that?
So for standardized procedures, actually we have these regional stakeholder groups where actually they are implemented in all test areas. This is something in common. It's a quadruple helix approach, so we really want to involve business, academia, policy, and also civil society. So this is something we have very much in common. Else, the partners are more or less free how they develop their project. It's really along the needs and the willingness also, of course, of people to develop in a certain direction. And then time schedule. We have still 1.5 years ahead. This is not very much, but as I saw already yesterday, for example, in Szmarje, you have already installed these public Wi-Fi points and this market it's like a small market platform for regional products related to this application. So there are already very concrete steps at the moment, and I'm quite sure that, for example, for the case of the village of Szmarje, we will have a very concrete implementation till the end of the project. This is also the case for other areas. I think there in Pitztal, Tyrol, we will for sure achieve very concrete actions till the end of the project. Then, of course, there are other test areas. They are still a bit more in a concept phase, and perhaps at the end of the project we will have kind of an idea how to continue, and we will be ready for submit, for example, for other project funding to continue in the direction chosen. So it's perhaps more a bit starting financing of a concept and then going further perhaps in the next project. Point of view, finances, for example, the installation of these Wi-Fi access points, a good share has been financed by the project Smart Villages, and then there was a co-financing of enterprises, companies, private ones, and then also the municipality contributed. So I think it was 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, yes, about that. So there is money for project implementation, for concrete products already in the Smart Villages project. There is some money. If it is enough, I think, as you mentioned already, with these leader projects, you invest 200,000 euros, and then the whole amount which could have been mounted is more than 2 million. So if we have the same effect, this would be great. But partners have always to look for co-financing, of course. Yeah. But there is some money really available within the project for this implementation. The whole budget, perhaps worth to mention it by now, is 2.7 million euros for the Smart Villages project. Yeah, of course we are 15 partners, so if we really equally share, then it's quite smaller, but we have some partners with quite important budgets, yeah. Good, thank you. Yes, sorry.
Lenka Puch, ETRI community. So if we have concrete project, concrete pilots started in Slovenia, we can come and pitch in your project that you can see how you can put us inside. Because we work more than 5 years on social innovations, not only on the villages, also in cities. And in this, all of this point, I know that we have some project and good practices, but at the end, all these results stay in a closet or somewhere else. So we in ETRI community look for some results and take out and build these social entrepreneurs. So build concrete working places, concrete inclusive society. But of course, we have some knowledge to be part in one Horizon project and so on, but if we're concrete on the market with the people, you don't have time to be okay partner in bigger project. So I think that if I understand correctly, that we social entrepreneurs with social innovation can come to you and you help us to get also investment, impact investment in the local community, in the society. Why? Because you look our results with some measurement, with some tools. Okay, I understand correctly?
Actually, we have a budget for partner activities. For these pilot activities, we started. So this money is reserved for their activities. Actually, of course, you can benefit of our experiences. I'm sure that especially also the Slovenian partners, they will share these experiences. You can find them on the website, also digital exchange platform, for example. So this will be the help which we can offer out of our experiences. Perhaps, Emilia, you could add something from your Slovenian point of view?
Yes, thank you. So, as you have seen, in Slovenia we have the largest amount of pilots, and it's the smallest country that is participating. Okay, Switzerland is even smaller, sorry about that. But, for example, I think we're the only partner who planned some funds for the implementation of the pilots. So we were able to come to these concrete results till now in 2 of the pilots, both in Kungota and in Šmarje. So we already have implemented infrastructure and we are going to finish that till the end of the project. And we also planned some funds also for the local coordinators. But it's not us who should fund all the projects. We're really trying to show with this project what it can be done. And your question, actually, it is perfect. This is why I was asking in the morning. I think it's mainly for the ministry. There is nobody from the ministry here, but now it is the ministry who should see what we have achieved with such a small amount of money, and then what it can be done in the whole country, and they should be the ones who should further support those activities. So within this project, our budget is so small and the impact is so high, so we cannot do any more.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. Thank you.
I only want to say it's okay because we know that in Slovenia, Minister of Agriculture support these pilots. So we can bring, yes, we have social entrepreneurs and farmers together. So we can come together in this way. So if they have some programs, you can look us with your knowledge and make this this measurement of impact. Because if we do this together, then of course more investment came in this part.
Minister from Agriculture. For example, in Pomorje region, we also established Digital Innovation Hub AgriFood, which would like to help end users, because we have a lot of end users there, at least 50. End users are farmers and food producers, so we would like to teach them how to, not only how to digitally support some short foods on digital media, but also with sensorics, robotics, Earth observation solutions, and other technical stuff, because we have a lot of research activities in this field, in this area, so yeah, the Digital Innovation Hub is therefore.
So I will mention again the doors. This is the end of part one, so please give him a big applause for moderating this. Thank you so much. Thanks to our guests, and of course, on my right side. Thank you, a big applause for them as well. We will continue now. We will continue our journey with the presentation of existing smart villages practices. You've heard about them before, but now we will know much, much, much more. And here we have the honor to have the mayor of Kungota. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mrs. Tamara Schnoffel.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello, welcome in Slovenia, and also in the future, welcome in Kungota. My name is Tamara Schnoffel. I'm mayor of municipality of Kungota. We are a small municipality with 4,800 inhabitants. Our area is in square 49 kilometers, and we are on the borderline between Austria and Slovenia. And in this year, in this period, we have a big problems with Wi-Fi connection. It is a very big trouble for our tourism development. So that's why we are very happy to be a part of this pilot project called Smart Villages. We are very thankful also to Ms. Emilia Stoimenova-Duh and her people that work with her in the team. So please give applause to Emilia.
I agree.
And now we are at the time, we are in one test period. We already installed 6 Wi-Fi points in our municipality. About technical stuff, we'll tell more about this thing, Mr. Bojan Likar. But now, I would like to introduce with a short video our municipality. So please.
So let's see.
občine Kungota je biti razvojno naravnana občina, uspešna in odlična na področju krepitve turizma, kmetijstva in podjetništva na podeželju. Z ohranjanjem bogate naravne in kulturne dediščine, edinstvene krajine in podpore mladim, da ostanejo in ustvarjajo v domačem okolju s trdnimi temelji izročil in znanj vseh generacij.
I have so many questions already. I can't wait to talk to you. Of course, you'll be able to make some questions too, of course. Last year I was in Kungota, where this street, road in the shape of heart is. Oh my gosh, the nature was great and the food, it was excellent. Thank you so much. I will invite you to join us here on the table. If you are talking about food and great people, well, we have to go to France. Ladies and gentlemen, Clive Beckman. No? Not yet. No. Okay, no. Clive Beckman is going to join us later.
But amazing transition.
You were like, you were happy, right?
To France, so.
I'm sorry, I was too quick, because I was
Too
so
excited,
excited.
yeah.
When we are talking about food, this is how and what happens with me. So we'll
But I
go
would still
to
bet on
France
Kungota that they have
later.
better
Yes, but we have Bojan Likar. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
How are you?
Doing good, thanks. You? Can you hear me?
Yes, now they can hear you. How is internet?
It
The
works.
connection.
It works.
And how is here, the connection?
I didn't check.
But
since it's not our solution, I guess it's not pretty good. So.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
So the mic is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So my name is Bojan Likar, and I'll introduce the company Neutrino 8. So we are really happy to work with Kungota. So I would like to thank also Emilia to invite us to this project. I would like to thank Kungota to give us the opportunity. So I would like to take a few minutes just to explain you what we are doing, how the company started, and where we are with our solution for the time being. So in a nuts, this is a very busy slide, but basically what we are providing Wi-Fi connectivity at breakthrough economics. I don't want to go into details how we manage, but I'm happy to answer these things over email anytime to anybody. And what happened is when we started with Wi-Fi, we realized that a lot of people are asking about how they can leverage the data when people connect. And not just this, how they can then help their local businesses to get even more business. So, and this is obviously applicable not just for businesses around the globe, but also for Kungota. So I don't think you can see very well this because the colors are not very good. But as a company, as I said, we started with reliable Wi-Fi connectivity. And I'll show you some data, how many deployments we have. As soon as people got connectivity, people started asking, how many people connected, where people are congregating, what they are doing, how they are doing. So people started realizing that the connectivity is not necessarily just connectivity, but it can be a source of data. And once they saw the data, they started realizing, okay, now how I can leverage this data, how I can get more people to come, for example, to tourism, how can more people get into some store and so on. So we started working on applications, and we work also with third-party partners that can help us helping examples like Kungota municipality. So this is what we deployed in Kungota as of today. So we have a product that we call Blaze AI, which allows non-technical people to basically manage Wi-Fi. So we are using a lot of artificial intelligence so that people don't have to be rocket scientists to manage these things. So our goal is that this is going to run what we call lights out, so nobody has to do anything. And we believe we can achieve this with leveraging a lot of artificial intelligence, which is easily available today in the world. So, and this connectivity can be used obviously for residents. So if residents want to use, and I was told, and I have on the next slide, I was told that, for example, Kungota have spots called white spots that there's no connectivity today. So, and I would say, I believe that if you want to have digital society, you have to have highway first, and the highway is access to the internet. So first we provide internet connectivity with a product called Blaze AI. And as I said before, once people have connectivity, whether residents or tourists come to the village, local businesses, in this case wine producers, they want to promote their products. And there is an easy way, we have a mobile app that is called Blaze Promo, where a small owner, just with using mobile app, can take a picture of a glass of wine, create a promotion, say I would like to send out 50 promotions. And then, again, using AI in the back end, we are learning what people are interested in, and we are sending them the right promotions at the right time. And the third thing is people want to communicate. Again, this is one of the core things in the community, any community. People would like to join some communities. Then we call them, it's a boring technical term, community manager, whoever this is, can send people information. People can send information back. People can join multiple communities. I don't know, I'm interested in wine, I'm interested in museum, but I'm not interested in sport, for example. So once people join community, they can get a lot of information from what we call community manager. I think the mayor already said, currently we are deployed in 6 locations. 3 of them are wine producers, and they also have some things in common area. So there are a few beautiful pictures of Kungota here. And the goal is to provide connectivity and all these, what we call the applications, to the residents and the tourists. So one of the things when we started the project was, what is the motivation for Wi-Fi and where to put these Wi-Fi access points? One of the reasons I already explained before, in certain areas there's no connectivity, there's no LTE, there's no internet, there's no fiber, there's nothing. And the only way how you can provide the connectivity is Wi-Fi. So Hiša generacji, I guess this is where people gather. Yeah, where people gather. This was the first location selected. They have roughly 10,000 visitors per year, and they have roughly 50 events per month in this location. So I guess having connectivity is very important for them. Vaška skupnost Svečina in Centar Svečine is a starting point for tourist destination called Svečinska Vinska Cesta, and they also have a tourist information center there. Again, I think you cannot have tourist information center without internet connectivity. And then 4 wine producers, they want to provide, beside amazing wine and food, also internet connectivity, because people ask for Wi-Fi everywhere. So there are a few more pictures. I know that one is very famous with that heart, but I'm sure that Mayor can tell much more about Kungota. And beside Kungota, we deployed our solution in all kind of different verticals. So it's not applicable just for municipalities. We installed our solutions in medical centers. Our solution is being used in UK, the biggest medical provider, in hotels, in municipalities, in shopping malls, in schools, K-12, and high schools, even colleges around the globe. Just to give you some idea, so even though Kungota is our first smart village project, and we are really happy to be part of this, the solution works around the globe. So we are in 4 continents today. We are in 14 countries. Every month, something like 600,000 people connect to our platform. People download 5 terabytes of data a day, and so on. So it's really a stable solution, and it can be scalable. So the beauty of this solution is that it's really scalable. So if we have one village today, we can have 1,000 villages tomorrow. Just more info. There are emails, phone numbers. There is also my email. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer anytime. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bojan.
I always see a glass half, not empty, but full. So some have one introduction, he will have two. I'm sorry. So he's currently European Projects Manager at NIR Numeric, a public agency supporting rural ICT solutions, mountain co-worker and consultant specializing in social and economic return on investment, open innovation to design and value new services. A key player in local and sustainable food systems in the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, Clive Beckham. Ah, Clive. Bonjour. Merci. Très bien.
And that's the... Okay. So you've got an Englishman presenting France, so there we are. So I've lived there now for 18 years. But when originally received an invitation to present some case studies in France, it was looking at just one, which is the village of Lorme, which the European Network for Rural Development, we organized a workshop with them there as really just to help show people what other people consider to be a smart village works. And that's a village which doesn't only work on the digital, but actually involves the citizens in designing a village of the future. And there aren't many of them. And I think what people really wanted to see was actually a living smart village, not just a theoretical one, not just one which perhaps has plans for the future, because God, there are so many that have plans for the future, but actually it's putting them into operation. And you can't see perhaps the photographs very well here, but what I wanted to show you was pictures of the people. It's not technology, it's not service, it's the people. And the first one from this village in Lorme, right in the center of France, in an upland area, was the first real example of looking with the citizens about what they wanted to develop. They already had probably one of the two best digital hubs in rural France. It worked well, it had 100 megabyte connections. They had services and businesses there that you'll probably find in no other part of France. But the key point came when they began to ask the citizens, not just the elected representatives, not just the key people, what do you want? We've got this fantastic process now here, but what do you want? And the first thing was, when fiber arrived in Lorme, this was in 2014, 5 years ago. So it was actually consulting the citizens to say, what services do you want? What are the priorities that you want? It was something very practical. It's coming. Lorme was chosen as one of 4 pilot villages in the region of Burgundy, which is a big region in France, actually the size of Belgium. It's a big... So it was chosen as one of them, and unlike the others, there was this consultation process where people said, actually, we would really like to work on tourism, we'd like to work on a food hub. The medical side is very important to us. So it was establishing some priorities. Then we have, and that's not an internet picture, it's actually a picture of a worker in the natural park in the Morvan in the middle, who now, thanks to a number of good Wi-Fi coverage, we were talking about Wi-Fi and how important it is now able to work. And finally, it's the most recent project, which is called Village of the Future, which Paul and others mentioned earlier, which is taking this a step further. It's saying it's not just big projects that matter. What is really important for you and the citizens? And they organize consultation through street theater. They organized them, for example, the meeting in an abandoned garage about what they would do with it. It's taking the people to the place and inventing new ways of consultation, new ways of co-creation. And that's the most recent. This is the village of the future. It's getting people to look concretely in inventive ways about the way they want their village to look like and operate in the future. So it's kind of from the digital to involving the citizen and getting the citizens involved in actually prioritizing what's going to be done. And one of the very first actions from this from this session at the end was we want our village to look nice because the shutters in the village haven't been painted. They're dull, they're brown, the paint's coming off. And the first thing they was actually to paint the town a bright color. So that was one of the first things to people, and it's immediate. And I think that's one of the key things. It's all well and good working on these more strategic things, but these small things are actually what gets people involved. If that's something like that, and all they needed for that was the money to buy pots of paint. Everything else was provided by the people. The budget for that was well within the capability. They even got some donated. So actually it was a very important project. They didn't need any funding applications. They decided to do it, and then they could do it sort of 2 weeks afterwards. So it's this kind of thing. It's good to work with strategic, but you need to work also on the very practical and immediate. So just going back to some of the points I've been raising. Lorme is a town of about 1,300. It has schools. It is and was and always has been a service center. But it was faced 20, 30 years ago with very steeply declining population. And it was really an effort from the mayor and others about 20 years ago, first of all, to make sure that the village was equipped to allow its citizens and business to take advantage of the internet with the creation of the digital hub, which we can see in the left here. Then, as I said, through this question now of actually this Village of the Future project, looking at the digital services that they want to design. But one of the things I think is fundamental, as well as getting the citizens involved, is the fact that because they have this digital hub, with all of the programs now at European, national, regional, county level, they actually have a place and the people who can deliver all of these services to the people, to schools, to businesses locally. They don't have to bring in contractors from Paris, from Dijon, from other parts of Europe. They've got them there. And I think this is one of the other things. You've got to, people sometimes say, you know, sort of smart villages is not about digital. No, it is and it isn't. This is a digital resource that enables you to go forward on other fronts. And I think that's the key thing here. The businesses then are, the people who train and who work with them are local people who have far better trained and in a position to provide the services than people and consultants from outside. So this has been fundamental. And I think of all the examples that I'll be showing you, these three in France, they all have this, as well as this community involvement. It's the capacity among the town, the village, and among its people to adapt to change. And I think this is fundamental. It's their ability to do this. They've chosen a path, they've involved people, but they also have the infrastructure and the skills to take advantage of the digital economy, the circular economy. They know what it is. And that's very, very important. So this was just I wanted to show you a few examples, not just one, because here, this is an example of, it's not a smart village, but it's the way that through networking, a village can have access to a far wider range of skills than it would be able to just in its local area. This is from the Lozère, and that's in the, you can see that in the middle picture there, right in the center south of France. It's France's least populated, most mountainous département. And one of the key points there, you see the network there of what were called service houses, service centers, which are really there to, in the villages, to help people access basic services. Like you go along there, it's housing permits, it's you got to have your identity card, and etc. But one of the things they've been doing with digital technology is to link these centers so that, for example, even if in the smallest one, which I visited, a village of 400 people, which serves maybe 2,000 people in the local area, if you're unemployed, you go there for your interview. If you're a business, you go there to make contact with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They've got basic sort of video conferencing facility. They've got access to public and social services. So they're using them to bring the services to the people on the ground. And wherever you go, whoever you are, you can gain access to the resources of the network. It only works at the county level, right? But it's a way of using the small resources you have in the most efficient way. And the town that we went to visit, the smallest village of 400, before the mayor's office there, they may have had 1 or 2 municipal employees who are very mono-skilled. But now they're multi-skilled because they have to deal with unemployed people. They have to do with library, with tourism, with a small co-working space. They've actually made these people multifunctional, and they've helped secure their jobs. So it's not creating employment, but it's helping these people to add value to their work. And it's also then helping that job to add value to the community. So I think it was particularly impressive to go to a village of 400 people and see the way, and it has the lowest population density in France of 4 people per square kilometer. So I'm sorry you can't see the text here, but I only want to add to this. This is actually a smart community built around a brewery and a bar. That was the village's priority. They actually decided they wanted a brewery and a bar. So now they've got that, and a garden. You can't see it. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any better images, but it's just, their images down the bottom of people working together on beer production. But that's actually what brought the community together. They said, we want to make beer. And so they built a brewery. And they reopened a bar. And now they've created a co-working space. So it was kind of that momentum, what interests us. And just to finalize this, just to go back to one of the most important rural digital hubs in rural France, which is it's on the Cantal, which is the southern part of the Massif Central in the center of France, is not a village, but a small town and its surrounding villages that back in 2004, 2005, had this need to create a space where people could access digital skills. I mean, sort of basic things then, you know. How do I access the internet? How do I use the MS Office suite? How do I do that? And from that grew the demand to create a space where people could work. And then, which is 2007, from that really came think, wow, we've got an opportunity here. And again, this was a place with a very declining population. They started to actually look at what digital could do. They had holidaymakers saying, hey, we'd love to be able to work here. So the whole strategy changed to how can we attract people to the area through giving them access to what they need, which was digital training, a space, and a home. And really in the intervening years, it was creating a service to welcome families to the area, which is basically helping you find a house, helping your husband, your wife, your kids, your grandparents find work, but giving you the training to set up your own business, which was essentially linked to the use of the internet. But we got translators there. They got people selling flour to Russian bakeries. For example, French flour so they can make baguettes in Moscow. There's all sorts of different people who have established themselves there because they got good internet, they got good support for their families, and they got a good space to work in. This is really pushing everything. And then, clearly, what their aims are, it's jobs, inward migration, sustaining the public services like the schools, because if you have more people, you keep the schools open, and clearly reducing the time. And then now, just to very, very quickly finalize, what they do now, what they've got now within this much wider community, they do training for business startups. There's a women's entrepreneurs network that I know Amelia would be pleased to see. There's a translators cafe. They now have networking of people who work in the center, but also within the community. They realize that you need to have this constantly evolving network of different stakeholders within the local community to get them to work and to feel they're part of the place. There's now one of the most recent projects was the Fab Lab, okay, which gives also education and training to kids. And then one of the projects in the last 4 or 5 years has been a startup chef, which is specifically aimed not at bringing people into the community, but actually getting the young people involved within this quite isolated rural community, the chance to look at how they can develop their own startups within the digital economy. And it's almost unique. So these are different sort of pathways that these places have chosen. One place is networking the resources that you have. Here it's actually having digital at the heart of it and then really seeing what potential it offers. And with LAWM, it's sort of the two together. How we can really work with the community to develop the village that they want in the future, but also create the resources that that village needs to participate in the economy of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peckham. Now we will go to Solčavsko with Marko Slapnik and Jernej Zajec. Please welcome them with a big applause. Yeah. Hello, gentlemen. Hello.
Hello, my name is Jernej and I'm business development director at Nomago, one of the biggest bus company in Slovenia and Adriatic region. And thank you for invitation, and I'm glad to be here, especially because we are aware of our role at developing smart villages. And today we would like to present you, in short, of course, quite a complex topic of accessibility and mobility in rural areas, especially on a case of Solčavsko, Logarska Valley. And I know Marko for more than 10 years when I used to work for the Slovenian Tourist Board, and I'm sure he lives in one of the beautiful and the most beautiful part of Europe. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, Jernej. So I come from Upper Savinja Valley, from municipality of Solčava, where nature has, it's better, okay, where nature has created 3 beautiful alpine valleys. You can see there Robanov Kot, Logarska Dolina and Matkov Kot in the lap of the Kamnik Savinja Alps. So people who have lived in this area for almost 1,000 years have in close connection with nature created a remarkable cultural landscape. With the wisdom of prudent landowners, they have preserved the nature and landscape identity of the area, which we are very proud of. So the Solčava, municipality of Solčava is 103 square kilometers large, but there are only 5 inhabitants per square kilometer. In this area, there are some of the largest farms in whole alpine space. People are proud of and attached with their land. Therefore, it has been carefully preserved in the past. Today, more than 80% of the area is under protection. Here are 2 landscape parks and Natura 2000 network. So sustainable tourism plays an important role here, especially in close connection with traditional activities, agriculture, forestry, and crafts. So the Logarska Dolina landscape park is the most renowned part of the area, which is visited by more than 100,000 visitors per year. Here you can feel the meaning of this slogan. Logarska Dolina is not here to be changed, but to change you. Solčavsko area received the title European Destination of Excellence for tourism in protected areas. And now the region is also active in Slovenia Green project. But new times bring new challenges, and in Solčavsko, mostly in field of digitalization and above all, mobility. Therefore, we would like to thank the Smart Village project team for inviting us to participate. And as a part of this project, we are also working with Nomago, with Jernej, to develop sustainable mobility in our region.
Shortly about Nomago, as I said, we are the largest travel and mobility company in Slovenia, and we are becoming one of the biggest in Adriatic region, with subsidiaries in Croatia and Italy. We have a broad local, national, and international range of services, and we registered this year also 7 European bus lines in 7 European countries, and we plan to expand our new services to new cities as well. And our focus is on great user experience and services, and we are developing of sustainable transportation and solution. And in general, buses are green and convenient. And we believe that one bus can replace 50 cars. And according to some studies, and buses and trains have less than, just a second, yeah. Okay, it's okay. Yeah. Have less emission than airlines per passengers per kilometer, especially on the routes between 700 kilometers. Yeah. And we believe that they are user-friendly. Yeah, you can. Yeah. User-friendly, especially because we can drive you almost door to door, almost to every villages, to every home as well. And on buses, if you travel on buses, you can use your time much more efficient than if you are driving your car. And bus tickets are much more affordable than, for example, airline tickets. And we think that this is the safest way to travel by road. Yeah. And that's the reason. And of course, as I said on the beginning, we believe that bus companies can move communities, can move smart villages. And because in Slovenia, buses are still not well accepted, we started this year with the special initiative, 50-1, to reduce ownership and to make focus that public transport is a backbone of integrated mobility. And we started also, as I said, with intercity bus lines, and we bring every day more than 100 passengers to Slovenia, and we would like to replace old diesel buses with new e-buses, not only in cities, but also on intercity lines, and of course in special areas as Logarska Valley. And our bus stations would like that our bus station would become a special multimodal zones, and we have one special focus on bus pooling, as we said. This is part of shared mobility and new mobility concept as all-in-one mobility solution.
So for over 25 years, we have been providing a systematic approach to the development of sustainable tourism, which protects nature, which is interesting for visitors and beneficial for locals. So currently, the biggest challenge is the arranging public transport for needs of tourists and also for locals. So we see the solution in connecting different stakeholders and in systematically organizing sustainable mobility, also with our partners.
And the last slide, because we have just 10 minutes. So how can we support a sustainable mobility in Solčava? The first is that we would like to have a state support, of course, for all year regular public lines, and we would like to start with special bus line also, at least during summer, from Ljubljana, the capital city, to Solčava. Then another idea is to launch hop on, hop off project as a part of integrated public transportation. And another one is that we are thinking about special welcome for bus passengers, to give them special gift or a special discount, especially with, I don't know, tourist farms and stakeholders, yeah. And of course, one of the main focus is to establish e-bus lines instead of cars in Logarska Valley, and to integrate Nomago Intercity also to the offer of Solčava, and to launch mobility as a service in smart villages too. And the last idea is also freight on transit, so to work closely with farmers, with communities, to bring them and to short delivery, short chains, of course, shortening supply chain to and from urban areas to Solčava, for example, yeah. So that's it, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. And last but not least, later. Can we do it later, please?
Yes, very good question. Every summer we have, in cooperation with Solčava, special summer bus line with special racks, bike racks, so that we can bring, for example, from Celje, which is one of the largest cities in Slovenia, to Solčava, to Logar Valley, yeah, with bikes, yeah. So I think it's from June to the end of the August. We have this special line with special bike racks.
Thank you so much. There will be time for questions later. Okay, and now let me present you our next guest is from Pitzal Valley, Mrs. Julia Scharting, geographer from the Innovation Agency of Tyrol, to host a pilot region in this Smart Villages project. Welcome.
Yeah, hello again from my side. My name is Julia. I'm a pilot area from our Smart Villages project, and I work for the Standortagentur Tirol. It's an innovation agency which is responsible for the economic development of Tyrol. And I would like to present shortly the Pitztal to you. In the following minutes, I would like to focus on 3 points. First, the test area, that to get to know what the structure looks like. Then I would like to introduce 3 pilot activities. And in the last point, I would like to mention some challenges we are facing in the pilot activities. So let's start with the test area. Some of you probably have been to Austria for skiing and to do some holidays. So Tyrol is in the western part of Austria, and the test area Pitztal is around a 1 hour by car drive from Innsbruck. So you already have to do some effort to get there. And the valley is quite peripheral. In the back you have the glacier and the communities which are dividing the valley into 4 communities. All in all, 7,000 people are living there. As you see on the picture, that's quite a normal one for the region. So you have very alpine areas, a lot of natural hazards happening there. And also the settlement structure is very diverse. So there are long distances between the houses. You have like small villages, but it's not one area where you find the people. When you look at the number, only 8.7% of the area is inhabited, and a lot is in the Alpine region. So another issue which is very difficult and which is probably known by many other peripheral regions is the transport system. In the main valley, the Inntal, you have quite good connection. You have the railway. In Innsbruck, you have airport, and you have also bus systems. But in the Pitztal, it's looking completely different. Here, the transport system is very limited and not so good. One other characteristic is the economic structure. We have a lot focused on the tourism sector. Many people are working here in the tourism field, and there's a lack of industries or other companies living there. So that's also a challenge because a lot of young people are moving to Innsbruck, to the bigger areas as well. So that has the result that 3 different main problems occur. On the one hand, young people are leaving the area, going to the bigger cities or the capitals like Vienna, Munich or Innsbruck. Then the second problem is aging, that only older ones are remaining. It's not very special, but peripheral region have to cope with it. And then the third problem is that there's a lot of vacancy, so houses are empty and are not used anymore. And that's why we think digitalization can help to improve the life, the quality of life in the Pitztal. For us, it was important, as we heard before, that we try to involve the people from the area to see what are the problems and how we can solve the problems. And together with the regional stakeholder groups, we had different workshops where we tried to focus, okay, what should we do now? How, as I said before, how can we reach the people and what do they really want? And in the first phase, we are now working for 1 year. We focused on 3 different aspects. The one was the tourism field, the second one was the mobility issue, and the third one was a topic of awareness, how we can reach people for the digitalization as well. And I would like to start with the mobility issue, and here we used a concept called, or it's a startup from Innsbruck, Omadum, which developed a cool thing for mobility in peripheral region I would like to show you.
Every day, most of us drive to work alone. The results are congested streets and crowded parking lots. At the same time, many have the same destination and could drive together. There's just no real incentive. But we have the solution, Umadum. Using the Umadum app, you can easily be a passenger or share your ride with others. With Umadum, you're rewarded by driving together. As a driver, points are transferred to you from your passengers. That's how together we can reduce traffic and protect the environment. You can easily redeem collected points at participating retail stores with the Umadum app. With Umadum, you save costs, expand your means of mobility, protect the environment, and support local businesses. All of this in one easy-to-use app. With Umadum, you can be a driver, a passenger, or even both. Umadum, you'll never ride alone.
For us, it was a good solution because in the Peru region, it's not always so easy to get buses there to convince the big traffic association to come and to make more lines, more connections, and so the people in the valley are used to drive with their own car. They start in the morning, drive to the railway station, and then go to Innsbruck or the other urban areas. And here it's a good chance that you combine different rides together and to use it also for the strengthening of the regional economy. What we did in the Smart Villages project was in the first part to raise the awareness for the mobility field with the mayors, and then to convince Umadum to come to the peripheral region, because for the startup they are normally used to be in the urban areas. It's not so attractive to be in a peripheral region because there are just 7,000 people and it's not so well paid. So it was a little bit of task to say, okay, we want to try, we want to be a test area for you. And they said, well, okay, let's have a check if it's rentable or not. And now we are at the part that we are finding partners who are sponsoring the mobility points, which are for the users and which can be changed in the local businesses. Normally, it's the big enterprises are the partners because they are having a lot of commuters, and they can say, well, if Gianluca is taking Christina to work, he gets 100 points and he can use it afterwards. So that's the system behind it. Well, that was our first project. The second project was on the tourism. In the Pitztal, it's a little bit different than other Tyrolean areas. The hotels are not in a very good shape often. The quality is not so bad. They are small. There is like bed and breakfast which are of low quality. And we said together with the Tourism Association that we together want to improve the quality of the landlords, and we are organizing workshops to coach them and to give feedback how they can use the digitalization for their daily businesses, and that they also can learn, because otherwise they see like all the big examples of big, very good hotels which are doing a good job, but for the small ones it's like a task they cannot reach. That's our second project. So what we did also here was the awareness raising, a very big part, organizing keynote talks and inviting experts and planning workshop with the tourism actors. And last but not least, we were very dependent on the local communities and the mayors in the cities, because they have to be the people who are supporting the project, who are, they must be willing to enable us to work with us, and therefore we were inviting the 4 mayors and the local parliaments to come and to discuss the topic of digitalization for the Pitztal, to show what is possible and not, and to figure out what the key issues of the valley are. So at the moment we are planning workshops with Manfred Riedel. Some probably know him. He is very famous in Tyrol for special planning issues, and we are working on that. And that leads me to the last point, the challenges we are facing, and probably it could be a feedback to the European level, how programs can be enhanced or be supported. As I said in the morning session, mayors can hardly imagine how to bring the topic into practice. Like, what are best practices? What can they do? What small steps can be done to be successful? So that was the first step, and I think it's the initial point where to start and where to convince them. What can be financed by Interreg projects? Here I had the problem when we had Umadum as a solution. It was quite cool, and the mayor said, well, we are interested in the project, we want to do it. And I was, cool, I really like that they are motivated. And what happened, I asked Peter, are we able to finance it? And we come to the point that I was calling in Munich and asked, we have this app, we want to try it, and they said, well, Julia, but it's not innovative, it already exists. And it was a little bit disappointing because I think it's a good solution, or okay, it's existing in other places, but in urban areas, and to transfer it to the rural area, it's quite a challenge. So I think here it was not clear for me what can be funded and what can be not funded. So here it would be easier if we have a good overview. And the last point was where we had some challenges, co-financing. Here also we had a little bit of disappointment because the community said, well, we want to do it and we are ready, we want to co-finance a project. One part is from the Smart Villages project and the other half is from the communities. And I said, yeah, well, cool idea. Then I called again in Munich and they said again, yeah, but we don't want to have this kind of co-financing because that's not the task of the program. But for me, as someone who is working in the field, it would have been very good if the communities would have joined the financing part, because I think when they are paying something, the commitment is much higher and they feel more involved. And I think then a project like this has a better base to be successful. That's what I experienced in the last months, and yeah, could be a starting point for a discussion. So I hope you enjoyed the talk and hope to see you soon in Pitztal.
Thank you. We will sure come. So yeah, time is not at our side. So I will ask you if you have one question, maybe. Otherwise, I will ask them something. Yes, I like it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that it helps to improve the quality of life, but people are afraid of changes. Even if we know, someone says, it's great, it's good for us, your life will be better. We are afraid because if something goes, let's leave it like this. So, how do you do? How do you convince people that this is something good for them? I will ask you, because if I may.
Yeah.
How did you do?
It's not a question of convincing people that things are good for them. One thing that we've used, and that Emilia and I will be talking perhaps more about in the workshop on social economic return on investment, is when you're designing something, when you're working with the community to actually design a service, to look at what they need, you've got to have some way of actually showing them what it will produce. It's not just saying, great, isn't it fantastic, we're going to have a new service for the senior citizens. No, it's showing what it will do, and then also saying, well, what's the most important thing for you? Perhaps it's nothing to do with what we know about. It may be that a service, for example, I'll take one which is about young people working with senior citizens to help them better understand the internet.
Yeah.
It's actually that which isn't important. It's about actually engaging with the young person. So for them, a way of measuring that for them is, before I spent no time with young people, now I spend 2 or 3 hours a week. That's what's important for them. It's the engagement. The digital side is less important. Sure, it helps them then perhaps then communicate with their grandchildren who are a long way away. That may be important as well. So gradually you look at things which are important to them, show them, and then have a look at way of measuring it. So they themselves say, God, I spend 6 hours a week with my grandchildren, maybe at a distance. I spend 3 hours a week with young people in the village. And that's a process. It's working with people to look at what's important for them, and including that is actually one of the things you're trying to measure. So there we are. That's one method.
So once again, communication and involvement.
Yeah, communication, involvement, and doing things that are important and measuring those things.
Yeah.
Measuring things that are important to people.
So, thank you so much. One more question. I heard we were talking about this before, that smart villages became a competition between villages. Please tell us something more about this, please.
Yeah, in our case, there are the 4 communities, and for example, they have an app called Gem2Go, where they are using for communicating with the inhabitants. For example, there is an avalanche in the valley. The mayor can write a short message to the inhabitants, hey, the road is closed, you cannot go there, for example. And we had a workshop inviting the owner of Gem2Go, and he showed the communities their visits on the Gem2Go app. And they are all kind of the same size, and the one community has like 10,000 visitors, and the others just 2,000 visitors. And yeah, I mean, cooperation, of course, is good, but it's also quite good if you see, okay, my neighbor is doing better than me, then it also can be a kind of motivation.
Yeah.
Yes. So sometimes it's good if the neighbor has something new and you also want to achieve it, because then you try to close the gap between.
Thank you so much. I really am sorry that we don't have any time left, but I'm really sorry for that. So in conclusion, we heard now what we've heard before, that communication is the key, that you have to involve people, and of course that if you want a brighter future, that's the right path. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your collaboration. Thank you for everything you do, and of course we wish you all the best for the future. Thank you.